held in Japan. The move was seen by Japan as a possible provocation by Russia and China. Footage of the exercise was shared by Russian Ministry of Defense. The ministry mentioned how two classes of bombers in its air force patrolled over the East China Sea and the Sea of Japan. The Russian bombers were airborne for 13 hours and were reportedly escorted by Sukhoi 30SM fighter jets. The exercise was trailed by South Korean jets and Japanese jets tracing the patrol at certain points of the mission. Agency Report, Republic TV.
In football, Real Madrid continues preparations for Saturday's Champions League final against Liverpool with a training session at their headquarters in Valdebebas.
Real Madrid continued preparations for upcoming Champions League final against Liverpool with a training session at their headquarters in Valdebebas. Ancelotti's side, who had faced English clubs in the previous two rounds of the competition, produced dramatic comebacks to a knockout both defending champions Chelsea and Manchester City in extra time.
Creo que Liverpool en este tramo en este periodo ha hecho muy bien en la Champions, ha ganado una Champions, ha llegado a la final contra Real Madrid, juega una otra final, lo está haciendo muy bien. No estamos ilusionados de jugar una final contra Liverpool porque creo que va a ser una final entretenida, igualada.
Real Madrid and Liverpool last met in the quarterfinals of the last season's Champions League, with the Spanish club winning with a good margin.
Nada, la ilusión es grande, la motivación es grande, jugamos el partido más importante del fútbol mundial, vamos a darlo todo. También tenemos que decir que este equipo, este club llega a la quinta final en 8 años. Hoy el día de la...
The game at the Stadium of the France in Paris will be the team's 17th appearance in the final of European club in the football's Premier League competition. As the club has high hopes of adding to their record of 13 titles, will the famed club be able to clinch the title? It remains to be seen. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Well, that's all we have for you in World this morning. But coming up next on Morning Express, Yasin Malik to be sentenced today. The terror convict and Pakistani stooge is charged under the UAPA.
The question this time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera, sir? Hanging of the rapist has been confirmed. Court has said all the evidence had already been seen at the trial court, at the high court and the top court of the country. They're not going to go into it again. Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015? Do you not think the decorum of the court and the dignity needed to be maintained with the kind of language you were using? Republic TV gets you the first words from Khabar Qureshi.
China there, flown its jets at the Quad venue. The defense minister of Japan said that the move by Russia and China was likely a provocation.
The Chinese getting jittery. They have called Quad the Asian NATO, indulging in this provocative act. Are the Chinese really taking on the Americans? Behind me is the Eisenhower building next to the White House, where the meeting took place between Prime Minister Modi and Vice President Kamala Harris. ये खालिस्तान प्रोटेस्ट जो है, गुलाम नबी फाई यहाँ पे मौजूद है और हमने इनको एक्सपोज कर दिया है. Situation under control in Jahangirpur area. Prompt police action really averted a situation which could have gone out of hand. This is the biggest stadium in the world.
Top headlines at 8 a.m. The death toll from the shooting at a Texas elementary school rises to 21, including 18 children and 3 adults. Gyanvapi complex videography and photography of the survey will be given to both Hindu and Muslim side today. A fresh plea filed in the Supreme Court seeking intervention in the Gyanvapi mosque dispute. Violence broke out in Amalapuram town over the proposed renaming of the Konaseema district as B.R. Ambedkar Konaseema district. Ex-Punjab Minister Vijay Singla has been sent to police custody until 27th of May following corruption allegations against him. Park stooge and terror convict Yasin Malik charged under the UAPA likely to be sentenced today. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. You're watching the Morning Express and I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Starting with our top story, the shocking incident coming to light from the US. A gunman entered an elementary school in Texas and killed 18 children and 3 adults. As per the governor, the investigation is still underway while the gunman has been shot dead by the responding officers.
Fourteen children and 1 teacher were killed in a shooting at Texas elementary school Tuesday, and the 18-year-old gunman was dead. The Texas governor said that a gunman opened fire at the elementary school about 85 miles west of San Antonio.
The shooter was Salvador Romas, an 18-year-old male who resided in Uvalde. It's believed that he abandoned his vehicle and entered into the Robb Elementary School in Uvalde with a handgun, and he may have also had a rifle, but that is not yet confirmed according to my most recent report. He shot and killed horrifically, incomprehensibly, 14 students and killed a teacher. Mr. Romas, the shooter, he himself is deceased.
The gunman was a resident of the community and entered the school with a handgun and possibly a rifle and opened fire. The governor said the shooter was likely killed by responding officers, but that the events were still being investigated. This was the deadliest school shooting since the shooting that took place in Sandy Hook Elementary School in the year 2012. Agency report, Republic TV.
Nobody's telling me anything. Nobody's telling me anything. And one of the parents were saying that there's kids possibly held at the funeral home, and that's what brought me over here to find out what's going on. And
good evening, fellow Americans. I'd hoped when I became president I would not have to do this again. Another massacre, Uvalde, Texas, an elementary school. beautiful, innocent, second, third, fourth graders. And how many scores of little children who witness what happened see their friends die as if they're on a battlefield, for God's sake. They'll live with it the rest of their lives. There's a lot we don't know yet. There's a lot we do know. The parents who will never see their child again, never have them jump in bed and cuddle with them. Parents who will never be the same. To lose a child is like having a piece of your soul ripped away. There's a hollowness in your chest. You feel like you're being sucked into it and never going to be able to get out. Suffocating. And it's never quite the same. It's a feeling shared by the siblings and the grandparents and the family members and the community that's left behind. Scripture says, Jill and I have talked about this in different contexts, in other contexts. The Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. So many crushed spirits. So tonight, I ask the nation to pray for them. Give the parents and siblings the strength in the darkness they feel right now. As a nation, we have to ask, when in God's name are we going to stand up to the gun lobby? When in God's name we do what we all know in our gut needs to be done?
Now, it is the deadliest school shooting in Texas history that led families distraught. Women could be seen sobbing near the scene of the Texas school shooting. Take a look. And in the visuals, you can see how the deadliest, it is in fact the deadliest school shooting in Texas history that has left the families distraught. Women can be, as you can see on those on your screens, the women can be seen wailing and sobbing after the shocking incident which led 21 people dead. And even the NBA paid tribute to the victims of the shootout. The Dallas Mavericks and the Golden State Warriors paid tribute to the victims of a shooting at an elementary school in Texas. The teams held a moment of silence as well before Game 4 of the Western Conference Finals.
We mourn with their families and friends and the entire community after this unspeakable tragedy. Thank you.
And these are the live shots that are coming in of the incident, the shocking mass shooting incident that happened in Texas. The latest what we are told is that the death toll has risen to 23. Remember, it's the worst school shootout incident to have happened since 2012. And as you can see on your screens, it's 23 people in the latest we are told are dead as a result of the mass shooting that happened in this Texas school. Remember another such incident that happened in 2012, a massacre in Newtown that led 19 students and 2 adults dead. And this is another one that is coming to light now from the Texas, where the shocking incident, shootout, led 23 people dead. And President Biden also expressed condolences and also said that the government that must stand up against the gun lobby. That's the word that's coming in by President Joe Biden. In fact, just a short while back, Kamala Harris, the Vice President of the US, also expressed condolences and called for tough action against this. As US President called for restrictions and for people to stand up against the gun lobby, the shooting incident, remember, comes days before the National Rifle Association annual convention that was set to begin in Houston. But according to reports, the school shooting is just latest act of gun violence in Texas, and other incidents in the last 5 years have not prompted any sort of restriction on who can access guns in the Republican-controlled state.
What are we doing? Just days after a shooter walked into a grocery store to gun down African American patrons, we have another Sandy Hook on our hands. What are we doing? There have been more mass shootings than days in the year. Our kids are living in fear every single time they set foot in a classroom because they think they're going to be next. What are we doing? Why do you spend all this time running for the United States Senate? Why do you go through all the hassle of getting this job, of putting yourself in a position of authority, if your answer is that as this slaughter increases, as our kids run for their lives, we do nothing? What are we doing? Why are you here? If not to solve a problem as existential as this. This isn't inevitable. These kids weren't unlucky. This only happens in this country and nowhere else. Nowhere else do little kids go to school thinking that they might be shot that day. Nowhere else do parents have to talk to their kids, as I have had to do, about why they got locked into a bathroom and told to be quiet for 5 minutes just in case a bad man entered that building. Nowhere else does that happen except here in the United States of America, and it is a choice. It is our choice to let it continue. What are we doing? In Sandy Hook Elementary School, after those kids came back into those classrooms, they had to adopt a practice in which there would be a safe word that the kids would say if they started to get thoughts in their brain about what they saw that day.
As of now, we're still working on this active investigation. Once we're able to provide information to the families, we will do so. First and foremost, obviously, our priorities is to get information to our families and give them some information. So please bear with us in regards to that. Secondly, once we do get some information that we can release to the public, we will be doing that. So please know once we do get some information, we will share that with you and call another press conference. Let me assure you, the intruder is deceased, and we are not actively looking for another individual or any other suspects in this case. We definitely ask you all to keep the families that are involved in your prayers.
And as you can see in those visuals, the death toll, of course, the latest what we're told, has now risen to 23. Remember, an 18-year-old gunman opened fire on Tuesday at a Texas elementary school, and the death toll, as a result of which, has now risen to 23. The gunman, meanwhile, the 18-year-old gunman, was shot dead. It is the deadliest shooting at the U.S. grade school since the shocking attack at Sandy Hook Elementary in Newton, Connecticut, almost a decade ago. And as you can see in those visuals also, are now reports saying that the suspect killed grandmother before shooting at the children in this particular school. So now reports emerging that the suspect killed his grandmother before shooting at the children at this elementary school. So now the latest what we are told is that the death toll has risen to 23. 18 children and 3 adults are also the ones to have died in this shocking massacre that happened. The gunman entered the elementary school with a handgun and possibly a rifle. And officials, meanwhile, have not revealed a motive for the shooting, but the shooter has been identified as Salvador Ramos and said that he was a resident of the community that's about 85 miles, which is 135 kilometers west of San Antonio. So, shocking news coming in that the shooter killed grandmother before killing those in the elementary school. While the investigation is underway, US President Joe Biden also condemned the shocking incident and called for a tough action. Kamala Harris also expressed her condolences. Of course, condolences pouring in from all parts of the country. But this is a very shocking incident because remember, this is the deadliest incident to have happened since the 2012 massacre in Newtown that killed 19 students and 2 adults. Similar incident that happened in 2012 as well, which killed 19 students and 2 adults. Remember, another such mass shooting incident happened on May 14th as well in Buffalo, New York, where the gunman killed 10 people. And now this incident coming to light from Texas. So shocking updates coming in by the minute of this Texas shooting, where we are now told that the shooter killed his grandmother before school. And the shooter was wearing a body armor, we are told, and that he used an AR-15 rifle in this particular attack. And we'll try and get more information as to the investigation so far in this particular incident. But remember, President Biden has also ordered flags at that will fly at half-mast after this Texas shooting. In fact, on that note, let's listen into what the US Vice President Kamala Harris had to say just a short while back.
Please sit, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. What an incredible room. And Judy Chu, thank you for that introduction and for your leadership on so many levels. Tonight's a rough night. We planned for a great celebration, but I'm sure most of you have heard the tragic news about what has happened in Texas. So I had prepared comments about tonight, which I will speak, but I just first want to begin by saying a few words about the tragedy that occurred today in Uvalde, Texas. As many of you know, the reports are that it was a mass shooting at an elementary school. And the preliminary reports are that 14 children have been killed. And the details are still coming in. And of course, the president and I are monitoring the situation closely. So while we don't know all the details yet, we do know that there are parents who have lost children, families that have lost children, and their loved ones, of course, and many others who may have been injured.
So Kamala Harris there also calling for stern action. This horrific mass shooting at Texas Elementary School, remember, has killed 23 people so far, and which also includes the gunman. It has sparked a massive outrage as well and calls for gun control in the US as well. So now chorus growing for stronger existing gun laws in the US. And US President Joe Biden also condemning this shocking and horrific incident that has come to light from the US, because this is not the first incident to have happened in the US. Many such incidents of shootings have happened in recent past. In fact, over the years, we've seen how many shooters have gone on a rampage and has killed several people. And now this particular incident, which is being said to be the worst in decades, US President also condemning the Texas firing and saying that stern action will be taken. But as of now, the shocking updates that are coming in say that the shooter was wearing a body armor and that he killed his grandmother before this shocking incident, before the shootout at this elementary school. So 23 people are dead so far. It is the deadliest school shooting attack since the 2012 incident to have happened. And the latest being, of course, the 18-year-old gunman, of course, who was killed, and President Biden calling for tough action. And as we heard Kamala Harris there also saying that strict and stringent action would be taken. But while we speak of the stern action and the need to for stricter gun laws in US, we have been seeing the visuals of the crying, the wailing people who have lost their near and dear ones in the shocking incident that happened in the US. So chorus now growing for stricter existing gun laws in the US. And some of the more details that are now coming to light indicate that the shooter killed his grandmother as well, and that, of course, the 18-year-old shooter was also dead in this particular incident. We are yet to get more updates on that, but it is a deadly shooting incident to have happened in Texas, in which 23 people are dead so far. And the Texas authorities, meanwhile, have also initiated a probe and investigation into this particular incident. These are the live visuals, as you can see on your screens, live coming from Texas. And the family of those who lost their lives, they are wailing and crying, sobbing over the death of their near and dear ones. So a very, very horrific incident coming to light. President Biden condemning the incident, but also being said that it is high time to stand up against the gun lobby, the existing gun laws in the state of US, which probably has led to many such incidents, because now what the chorus is growing for is stricter gun laws in the US. So a very, very horrific incident coming to light, the worst incident to have happened in decades, a massacre, the Texas shooting massacre that has led 23 people dead, and Biden ordering flags at half-mast. 18-year-old, the prime suspect, was also dead in this particular shootout incident that happened in the elementary school of Texas. And as we heard Kamala Harris there as well, condemning the whole incident and saying that we must take a stand after Texas shooting. Kamala Harris saying that it was a terrible incident and saying that strict action would be taken, and also expressing condolences to the families of all those who lost their near and dear ones. Well, we'll continue our coverage on the other side as well, but time to slip into a very short break for now.
As an amazing step for students, the University Grants Commission has allowed students to pursue 2 degrees at the same time. Amity University is the first one to implement this, and now all Amity students can avail 2 degrees together. To find out more, visit amity.edu/2 degrees.
औरंगजेब की वजह से पेट्रोल की कीमत में इजाफा हो गया, अकबर की वजह से कीमतें बढ़ गईं और शाहजहां की वजह से नौजवान बेरोजगार। प्रधानमंत्री जिम्मेदारी नहीं है इसकी, मुगल जिम्मेदार।
Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He, of course, will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies. And that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Abhignya Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow burst down the flame.
The question this time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his.
And the visuals we are showing to you right now is of the 18-year-old Salvador Ramos, identified by the law enforcement sources, who opened fire in this elementary school. And the visuals there, the second visual shows you of the rifle he carried along with him. In fact, the latest what we are told as per reports is that the shooter, the visual of which is on your screens right now, he posted photos of his guns on Instagram, and shortly before or just before the shooting, he also texted a girl. He vaguely knew, hinting that he was planning an attack. So it was a planned attack, and the gunman, as you can see the visuals on your screens as well, of the 18-year-old who texted a girl just before he carried out this attack, identified as Ramos. He tagged this girl in a photo of his guns. And that's a mass being held for those who died in this horrific attack. A special mass that is being conducted for those who died in this terrible attack which led to 23 deaths. These are the live visuals that are coming in from Texas, US, a special prayer service that is being held for the grieving families. Remember, 23 lives have been lost in this shocking shooting incident that has been reported from US, Texas. And some more details that are now emerging is that the shooter, the 18-year-old, identified as Ramos, he texted a girl just before he carried out this attack, this shooting. He texted her on a social media network and posted some visual pictures of his guns as well, to which the girl replied that she was very skeptical and that it's just scary, and said that I barely know you and you tagged me in a picture with some guns. So a girl who the gunman barely knew, he texted that girl with a poster and sent her the pictures of his guns as well, saying that I got little secret, I want to tell you, be grateful I tagged you. To which the girl replied, no, it's just scary, and said that I barely know you and you tagged me in a picture with some guns, which also goes on to point the kind of psychosis that this man was going through when he before he carried out this particular shocking incident. So the latest, as you can see on your screens, the special prayer service that is being conducted for all the lives that have been lost in this terrible incident reported from Texas. The 18-year-old who's been identified as Salvador Ramos has also died.
Is following up this news because we need to tell our stories, and in people listening to them is a hope that we can have different kind of way of looking at life, that each life is precious, that every one is a piece of art, and that if there are people, brothers and sisters, people who need help, we need to help them so that they will not destroy life, human life. Also is the opportunity to put people at the front, the person first, not things, houses, travelings, and pets that they are creation from God too, and all that. But first, people. If that is not at the center of our lives, we will undermine the beautiful work of God in creating us to His image. And we're going through this now. And families are really, I mean, they were not able to say much. They were saying, pray. Could you pray? Could you pray, please? Pray for us. Pray for my child. That's it.
And that's when you went to visit them at the hospital?
Yes, at the hospital and also at the Civic Center. That's the only thing that they are in shock. But it is because it's hard to believe that a little one, and we have some tonight here, as a reminder that how they will cause harm. But it's hard to figure out, it is. But what we are doing in prayer, and many other groups and many other groups of people of goodwill are supporting one another at this time with the hope that our strength will carry somebody through in some way. I don't know how, and there are many ways, and we can be very creative, but we need to carry each other forward. And we leaders, and I include myself, this is an examination of conscience. What have not we done to build up humanity? No towers, no buildings, not spectacular things, no Disneylands. We need to build up people's lives, families, marriages, relationships, humanity.
Take me through tonight's service. How does that change your been different for you?
Well, to know that many people, I mean, we put together this a couple of hours before the celebration of the Mass, but people are expressing in prayer with tears. One person who went to meet me at the altar said, I transported the children from the school to the hospital. You can imagine the impressions that she has. She didn't share them with me tonight. But we need to give opportunities to people. This is one of many. This will be multiplied. We're going to have counselors here and food and people they need, the families. They need finances. They need something about housing. We're going to help in any way possible. But the point is, are we willing to stand and place people first?
Would you say that's the main message in tonight's service?
Oh, I think so. Because God wants to shine in us. God wants to live through us. And we are blocking that beauty, that goodness, that truth. Like what happened, the tragical situation. But I live in San Antonio, but.
So, prayer service that is being held for all those who died in this shocking Texas shooting incident. Remember, 23 people have died so far. The death toll has risen to 23. President Biden also saying that strict action will be taken. We'll get you all the updates on the other side. Stay tuned. At 8:30, the death toll from the shooting at Texas elementary school rises to 23, including 18 children and 3 adults. Gyanvapi complex videography and photography of the survey report to be given to both Hindu and Muslim side today. Fresh plea filed in the Supreme Court seeking intervention in the Gyanvapi mosque dispute. Violence broke out in Amalapuram town over the proposed renaming of the Konaseema district as B.R. Ambedkar Konaseema district. Ex-Punjab Minister Vijay Singla has sent to police custody until 27th of May following corruption allegations against him. Pakistan stooge and terror convict Yasin Malik, charged under the UAPA, is likely to be sentenced today. And our focus remains the shocking shooting incident that happened in Texas. The shocking incident, it's the worst school shootout to have happened in a decade. Remember, 23 people were killed in this Texas mass shooting. The visuals on your screens as well of the crying, sobbing, the mourning family of all those deceased in this shocking shooting incident that has happened. A press service that was also held just a short while back for those who lost their lives in this shocking incident. And the gunman has been identified as an 18-year-old, identified as Salvador Ramos. He has been identified by the law enforcement source diagnoses as Rob. Remember, we are also told is that he posted photos of his guns just before he carried out this attack. The live visuals we are also getting to you right now of the family that is mourning after they lost their near and dear ones in this particular terrible attack. The visual there on your screens of the shooter who carried out this attack at the elementary school in Texas, and the photos of his guns as well, which he used to carry out this attack. So the latest what we are told is that he also killed his grandmother before carrying out this shocking attack in this elementary school. We will get you live coverage from Texas. As of now, the latest what we are told is that the shooter, he posted on social media the pictures of his guns and even texted a girl, an acquaintance, just before he carried out the attack. He sent a message to a particular girl and told her that he has sent her pictures of his guns and hinted that he was planning to carry out an attack, to which the girl said that it is scary and that she barely knew the shooter, and also asked why he had sent her the pictures of these guns. So the visuals on your screens of the guns that were used in the shooting, and there you have the family that is wailing and sobbing over the death of their near and dear ones.
I'm not going to talk about basketball. Nothing's happened with our team in the last 6 hours. We're going to start the same way tonight. Any basketball questions don't matter. Since we left shoot-around, 14 children were killed 400 miles from here, and a teacher. And in the last 10 days, we've had elderly black people killed in a supermarket in Buffalo. We've had Asian churchgoers killed in Southern California, and now we have children murdered at school. When are we going to do something? I'm tired. I'm so tired of getting up here and offering condolences to the devastated families that are out there. I'm so tired of I'm tired of the moments of silence. Enough.
And we also have guests joining us on the broadcast. We have Utsav Chakrabarti, the Executive Director at Hindu Pact, joining us live from Washington, D.C. We also have Arun Ayagiri, US-based journalist, who's joining us live from New Jersey. Sir, if I can come to Utsav Chakrabarti, to you first. Your first thoughts on this very shocking incident to have happened, because this is not the first time that such an incident to have happened in the US. Is it now time for stricter gun laws in the US?
Absolutely. It's time to really look at gun laws that includes assault rifles and why they're available to civilians so easily. It is also time to look at mental health issues of youth in America. So this is a larger societal problem that we have to address, and we have to address this very quickly, because the direction that we are heading towards is not right, and it's causing a lot of suffering around the country.
Well, absolutely. And if I can come to you, Arun Ayagiri, sir, what do you have to say? Because, as Utsav was also pointing out, we need to look at mental health issues also. Because this person, this shooter, he also he killed his grandmother before carrying out the attack, and even he posted on social media pictures of his guns, which also is something we need to look at.
So, honestly, this is absolutely horrendous and horrific. This shouldn't have happened in the first place. Of all the countries, America is supposed to be one of the most advanced nations on the planet. This is not a country which is going through a civil upheaval or anything like that. This is the most advanced country, and more importantly, this is not the first time this is happening, right? We've seen Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting in Connecticut just a decade before in 2012. Again, there was another in an elementary school in Uvalde, which is today Texas, and then there was another one in Florida 4 years ago. Then another Santa Fe high school. So unfortunately, this is proving to be a trend which is happening time and time over and over again. I'm a pilot and a lieutenant in the U.S. Air Force Auxiliary myself, so I go through a lot of training. We have a lot of background checks. So I can say, like the other gentleman rightly pointed, there has to be checks on mental health of the person. There has to be extensive background checks. There have to be routine checks. I'm a pilot. If we get a license, we're not done for the rest of our life. We keep giving a test every 3 months, every 6 months. So similarly, there should be rigorous background checks, which you have to renew every certain recurringly every certain months, and also security has to be beefed up around schools. It's not just about kids. Any human, be it adults or elderly population or men, women, does not matter. These events should not happen, let alone school children. My kids go to school here. I have 2 kids. They both go to school. One goes to elementary, one goes to middle school. I cannot express the grief in words. The government has to do something. We just came through. We just went through another similar horrific incident just a week ago, 10 days ago in Buffalo, New York, which is very close to where I live. This happened again in Texas. What's to say that this will not repeat in all the other 48 states in the United States? There's no guarantee that this is not going to happen again. The government has to very strictly enforce background checks. They just can. I understand the Second Amendment rights. They need to be addressed and they need to be respected, but that's not to say that anybody can buy any rifle or any handguns and just go around shooting like a moron in all the schools. That's not how it's supposed to happen. The mental health needs to be checked on a regular basis. It's just, I can't express in words. It's just horrific. This should not have happened to the kids.
Well, absolutely. Right. Let me take the same point to Utsav as well. As Arun was pointing out, US is a superpower. We talk about US developing, how it is at the top. But then when we talk about such incidents, it should be US that should be leading from the front. And as Utsav was also pointing out, no child is really safe now, because now the families are now, they are very worried that such an incident has happened in Texas. Same could happen any other day in any other city as well.
Yes, and the thing is that it is, we all like to say that US being the world's most advanced country in terms of economy and so many other things geopolitically, but this is a real issue.
Utsav, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you there. I'll just come back to you. We have Obama as well, who's just tweeted, and the tweet on your screens as well of Obama, who has just tweeted. The tweet says that, in fact, the tweet says across the country, parents are putting their children at bed, reading stories, singing lullabies, and in the back of their minds, they are worried about what might happen tomorrow after they drop their kids off at school and take them to a grocery store or any other public space. So there you have former president also responding to this shocking incident, condemning the incident. If I can get your thoughts again, Utsav, you wanted to make a point there. Please continue.
Yes, I want to say that, despite America being an advanced country and being one of the leading powers in the world, it still needs to be said that we have an issue, and it's a systemic issue within our society that we have to deal with. This is not normal. And at some point, we have to address the elephant in the room. I also want to say that amongst those killed is an Indian-American teacher as well, as I have received information. So it's really a sad day. Not just for the Indian American community, for the entire country. And we really have to address the issue of gun laws. We have to address the issue of mental health. And there are systemic issues that we have to deal with as a country.
Well, absolutely. Please stay with us. Let's once again listen in to what President Biden had to say just a short while back.
Good evening, fellow Americans. I had hoped when I became president, I would not have to do this again. Another massacre, Uvalde, Texas, an elementary school. Beautiful, innocent, second, third, fourth graders. And how many scores of little children who witnessed what happened see their friends die as if they're on a battlefield, for God's sake. They'll live with it the rest of their lives. There's a lot we don't know yet. There's a lot we do know. The parents who will never see their child again, never have them jump in bed and cuddle with them. Parents will never be the same. To lose a child is like having a piece of your soul ripped away. There's a hollowness in your chest. You feel like you're being sucked into it and never going to be able to get out. Suffocating. And it's never quite the same. It's a feeling shared by the siblings and the grandparents and the family members and the community that's left behind. Scripture says, Jill and I have talked about this in different contexts, in other contexts. The Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. So many crushed spirits. So tonight, I ask the nation to pray for them, give the parents and siblings the strength in the darkness they feel right now. As a nation, we have to ask, when in God's name are we going to stand up to the gun lobby? When in God's name we do what we all know in our gut needs to be done?
It is a good thing that the world is following up this news, because we need to tell our stories, and in people listening to them is a hope that we can have different kind of way of looking at life, that each life is precious, that every one is a piece of art, and that if there are people, brothers and sisters, people who need help, we need to help them so that they will not destroy life, human life. Also is the opportunity to put people at the front, the person first, not things, houses, travelings, and pets that they are creation from God too, and all that. But first, people, people, people. If that is not at the center of our lives, we will undermine the beautiful work of God in creating us to His image. And we're going through this now. And families are really, I mean, they were not able to say much. They were saying, pray. Could you pray? Could you pray, please? Pray for us. Pray for my child. Pray.
Very short break. On the other side, we'll get you details on the Gyanvapi case. Fresh plea now in Supreme Court. And violent protests break out in Konasima after it was renamed.
Big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics. This mass graveyard in Bucha bears testimony to the brutal acts of the Russian troops. Republic TV did a week-long investigation into the operations of the Khalistani movement here in Britain. Blatant violations that were carried out just a day before the fire. Did they really not feel the importance to inform the BMC? Republic Media Network's SIT decided to expose the dirty nexus between politics and a murky Ponzi scheme.
मोटे मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में। काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से। किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। The ongoing debate on the shivling found in Gangvapi, the Supreme Court has stayed all matters in the lower court here in Varanasi.
औरंगजेब की वजह से पेट्रोल की कीमत में इजाफा हो गया, अकबर की वजह से कीमतें बढ़ गईं और शाहजहां की वजह से नौजवान बेरोजगार। प्रधानमंत्री जिम्मेदारी नहीं है इसकी, मुगल जिम्मेदार।
Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we
Now, as President Biden called for action and for people to stand up against the gun lobby, the shooting incident comes days before the National Rifle Association annual convention that was set to begin in Houston. But according to reports now, the shooting is just the latest act of gun violence in Texas and other incidents in the last 5 years that have not only prompted any sort of restriction on one who can access guns in the Republican-controlled state, but the chorus has only been growing for stricter gun laws.
What are we doing? What are we doing? Just days after a shooter walked into a grocery store to gun down African-American patrons, we have another Sandy Hook on our hands. What are we doing? There have been more mass shootings than days in the year. Our kids are living in fear every single time they set foot in a classroom because they think they're going to be next. What are we doing? Why do you spend all this time running for the United States Senate? Why do you go through all the hassle of getting this job, of putting yourself in a position of authority, if your answer is that as this slaughter increases, as our kids run for their lives, we do nothing? What are we doing? Why are you here? If not to solve a problem as existential as this. This isn't inevitable. These kids weren't unlucky. This only happens in this country and nowhere else. Nowhere else do little kids go to school thinking that they might be shot that day. Nowhere else do parents have to talk to their kids, as I have had to do, about why they got locked into a bathroom and told to be quiet for 5 minutes just in case a bad man entered that building. Nowhere else does that happen except here in the United States of America, and it is a choice.
A very short break. On the other side, our live coverage will continue from Texas after death toll rises to 23 in mass shooting incident that has been reported.
Barricades come in, we are just going to move few more steps. Delhi police officials coming here, more and more officials arriving on the spot. This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
नरेंद्र मोदी खुद पहुंचे, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री स्टेज पे डोनाल्ड ट्रंप को नीचे लाने के लिए। जो बॉनहोमी है ये दोनों के बीच में दिख रही है। हम इस समय अंदर गलियों की तरफ अब हम जा रहे हैं सीआईएसएफ की कंपनी के साथ दिल्ली पुलिस के वरिष्ठ अधिकारी यहाँ पर लोगों को समझा रहे हैं। Just showing you the cavalcade of the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath on the tarmac of the Amosi Airport live. आप देख रहे हैं Rapid Action Force has taken a complete command of the situation. More forces are being moved in. Delhi police officials are present here. We are live.
Big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics. This mass graveyard in Bucha bears testimony to the brutal acts of the Russian troops. Republic TV did a week-long investigation into the operations of the Khalistani movement here in Britain. Blatant violations that were carried out just a day before the fire. Did they really not feel the importance to inform the BMC? Republic Media Network's SIT decided to expose the dirty nexus between politics and a murky Ponzi scheme.
मोटे मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में। काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से। किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। The ongoing debate on the shivling found in Gyangapi, the Supreme Court has stayed.
And we continue to get you all the latest as far as this mass shooting that happened in Texas. Now we have former President Obama also reacting to this particular incident, saying that across the country, parents are putting their children to bed, reading stories, singing lullabies, and in the back of their minds, they are worried about what might happen tomorrow after they drop their kids off at school or take them to a grocery store or any other public place. So remember the shocking incident, the shooting incident that happened in Texas has killed 23 people. The shooter was also killed in this incident. And the latest we are told is that aerial footage has now surfaced which shows investigators searching a truck near the school, but no word if the truck belonged to the suspect. This is, remember, the deadliest school shooting incident to have happened in Texas history. A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you live coverage from Texas. The death toll now rises to 23.
मोटे मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में। काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से। किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। The ongoing debate on the shivling found in Gyangapi, the Supreme Court has stayed all matters in the lower court here in Varanasi.
औरंगजेब की वजह से पेट्रोल की कीमत में इजाफा हो गया, अकबर की वजह से कीमतें बढ़ गईं और शाहजहां की वजह से नौजवान बेरोजगार। प्रधानमंत्री जिम्मेदारी नहीं है इसकी। माहौल जिम्मेदार।
The Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Avigna Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow burst down the flame.
Question this time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case.
The death toll from the shooting at a Texas elementary school rises to 23, including 18 children and 3 adults. Now, US President Joe Biden states this is high time to take action. Gyan Vapi Complex's videography and photography of the survey report will be given to both Hindu and Muslim sides today. Fresh plea filed in the Supreme Court seeking intervention in the Gyan Vapi mosque dispute. Violence in Amalapuram town over proposed renaming of Konaseema district as B.R. Ambedkar Konaseema district. Ex-Punjab Minister Vijay Singla sent to police custody until the 27th of May following corruption allegations against him. Pakistani stooge and terror convict Yasin Malik charged under the UAPA likely to be sentenced today. And the top story at this hour, the death toll from the shooting at a Texas elementary school has risen to 23. Which includes 18 children and 3 adults.
Large-scale violence was reported from the Amalapuram town in Andhra Pradesh over the proposed renaming of the Konaseema district.
మంది పోలీసుల్ని దారుణంగా రాళ్లతో కొట్టి గాయపరిచారు. అక్కడ ఒక ప్రైవేట్ స్కూల్ బస్సుని కూడా తగలబెట్టడం జరిగింది. అంటే శాంతి భద్రతలకు విఘాతం కలిగించాలని ఈ విధంగా కొంతమంది వారి వెనకుండి నడిపిస్తున్నట్టుగా అక్కడ చర్యలు చూస్తుంటే అనిపిస్తుంది. ఖచ్చితంగా ఈ రోజున మరి పోలీసుల మీద జరిగిన దాడిని
according to reports, is when a group that was against the renaming of the Konaseema district went to the collector's office to submit a memorandum, and there are reports that suggest that they were not allowed. That's when the violence broke out between both sides. Now, essentially the anger was against the renaming of the Konaseema district, and some of the pictures that came in showing that even the police was not spared. According to reports, over 20 police personnel were injured in the violence. Some of the videos that came in also show stone pelting during the violence.
Reports suggest that there were mobs, nearly 1,500 people strong mobs that targeted the houses of the ruling YSRCP.
The government has actually failed in the entire situation here. You can see the Home Minister coming out and saying that it's the work of the opposition. How shameful it is. You have been inefficient. You are not able to tackle the situation. You have in fact played a game there. It's very evident. And in fact here also we should say it's absolute apathy and absolute failure of the government, absolute failure of the police authorities, wherein they have literally failed to manage the situation.
Sitting minister was also targeted. The house of one of the YSRCP MLAs was torched, and the situation continues to remain tense. The police claim that the situation is tense but more or less under control. The chief minister himself is not in the country, but different ministers speaking for the Andhra Pradesh government saying that situation is more or less under control while asking for people to remain calm. Republic continues to track the story all of Wednesday from Andhra Pradesh. Stay tuned.
In Tamil Nadu's Chennai, BJP's minority wing leader was hacked to death by 3 miscreants. A report.
There are some very serious questions being raised about the law and order situation in Chennai. In the last 1 week alone, there are at least 3 or 4 incidents of attacks, people being hacked to death. Now, the most shocking aspect is some of these attacks, or at least 3 or 4 of them, have been caught on camera on CCTV. Now, on Tuesday, a BJP worker and a senior BJP worker has been hacked to death in Chennai. There is a big controversy, and all of Wednesday we will continue to track the story. In case you're watching this right now, a BJP leader by the name of Balachandar from Chennai, who is also the Central District Chairman of the BJP SC/ST faction, he believes, or rather he believed that he had a threat to his life, and he was also given a personal security guard by the state government, and he was hacked to death on Tuesday while he was on a visit in Chennai. And just when his security guard had stepped out to have tea, this leader called Balachandar was hacked by 3 or 4 people who came on a bike. He was hacked and they fled. Now, there are several videos that have come out of Chennai in the last few weeks that raise questions, very serious questions on the state of law and order, and all eyes today, Wednesday, will be on the response of the state government of Tamil Nadu to the law and order situation.
And amid the ongoing row over the Gyanvapi survey, a similar controversy is exploding in Mangalore. That's Mangaluru, after a temple-like structure was found during the demolition of a mosque in Malali. The Vishwa Hindu Parishad is planning to undertake an Ashtamangala Prashne on the 25th of May.
Amid the Gyanvapi Mosque row, Section 144 has been imposed by the Mangaluru police around the Asayid Abdullahil Madani Mosque Tuesday. This comes after the Hindu side activist planned to perform religious rituals near the mosque after claiming that it was built on a temple. The controversy was stirred when a temple structure was found during the renovation of the mosque at Malali.
हमको मालूम नहीं है वो मंदिर में क्या था, कौन सा भगवान को पूजा कर रहा था, कौन सा दैवी शक्ति उधर था, वो हमको अभी तक मालूम नहीं हुआ है. इसलिए वो पता चलने के लिए एक हमारा इधर का केरला और हमारा कर्नाटक में कोस्टल भाग में एक हम तांबूला प्रश्न, अष्टमंगल प्रश्न, इसके आधार से हम वो वैदिक कार्यक्रम, धार्मिक कार्यक्रम हम चलता रहता है इधर. उसमें पता चलेगा पुराने साल में, नहीं तो उस टाइम में मस्जिद का पहले कौन सा भगवान को उधर पूजा कर रहा था.
The row seemed to have settled as Hindu activists did not raise the issue after the court ordered to stop the work. The Ashtamangala Prashne ritual will be performed by the VHP in order to find a solution to whether there was a temple present on the premises and was later encroached to construct a mosque. The Bharatiya Janata Party has demanded that a proper investigation should be done by the Archaeological Survey of India. Meanwhile, the third additional civil judge and JMFC court have issued a stay on the renovation work at the mosque and security has been beefed up.
Our Karnataka is a global state. We all are living and there is no issues which have to be reckoned up. They are unnecessary because of the election. They are taking all these of issues in the coastal area and in the entire state.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma visited the areas affected by the recent floods and landslides in Assam's Dima Hasao. The minister held a meet with the officials assessing the damage in the area. Aam Aadmi Party's concluded assembly election in Uttarakhand. Retired Colonel Ajay Kothiyal joined the Bharatiya Janata Party in the presence of Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami in Dehradun. Kothiyal had resigned from the Arvind Kejriwal-led party last week. Hours after Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann sacked Punjab Minister Vijay Singla over corruption allegations, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal says Aam Aadmi Party, AAP, is the only party in the country where there is no place for corruption and corrupt people. During an investigation carried out by the Enforcement Directorate regarding charges of money laundering against Dawood Ibrahim, it was revealed that Chota Shakil is in Karachi. The individual whose family is being questioned, along with raids across properties, is known to be a long-time associate of Dawood Ibrahim. Socialist Unity Centre of India stages protest against teacher recruitment scam in West Bengal. Protest takes place against discrepancies against the state government's teacher recruitments in Siliguri. Puducherry Lieutenant Governor visits integrated farm at Central Jail in Puducherry. Training for the integrated farm, among other methods of farming, is being provided to the prisoners by the Sri Aurobindo Ashram in Puducherry. Enforcement Directorate carries out raid against businessman Vishal Chaudhary at Jharkhand's Ranchi. The businessman is being considered a close aide of Pooja Singhal, Jharkhand's former mining secretary, who was arrested earlier under Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Two brothers, Sikka Khan from a village in Bhatinda and Sadiq Khan from Pakistan's Faisalabad, met at the Attari-Wagah border. They were separated during the partition and were meeting each other for the first time. Aam Aadmi Party holds a Badlav March in Himachal Pradesh's Hamirpur. March promoted the Aam Aadmi Party as a new alternative in the state. Speakers at the World Economic Forum discuss India's economic strategy as it goes through its 75th year of independence. Named India at 75 Strategic Outlook segment had India's issues discussed by speakers such as Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal and Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri. And terror convict Yasin Malik is likely to be sentenced today. Malik will face a sentence hearing after he pleaded guilty to charges which he was charged under the UAPA, which is the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act.
An NIA court is all set to hear arguments on the quantum of sentence and pronounce the sentence for Pakistani stooge Yasin Malik. This comes after Yasin Malik pleaded guilty to charges under the IPC and the UAPA and was convicted on the 19th of May. Yasin Malik has been convicted on charges of funding terror activities in the valley, being in touch with the ISI and organizing massive protests after the death of Burhan Wani in 2016. The verdict comes as a relief for those like Nirmal Khanna, the wife of late squadron leader Rakesh Khanna, who was one of the 4 IAF officers martyred at Rawalpora in January of 1990.
तहे दिल से इंडियन जुडिशरी की शुक्रगुजार हूँ और पूरे भारत को इसकी मुबारकबाद देती हूँ। यासीन मलिक को भी मुबारकबाद देती हूँ कि उसको ये मौका मिला है ज़िंदगी में कि अपना जो कहते हैं ना अमल का निबेड़ा होगा, जो हम काम करते हैं उसी का। कर्मा थ्योरी इज़ वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग। यासीन मलिक ने सोचा था इतने गुनाह करके मैं बच गया हूँ, और साहब 32 साल उसने जीवन भी जी लिया, और क्या करना है। आज इतनी इतने गुनाह करने के बाद इतना जीवन बीत गया अगर, तो उसको तो मैं कहती हूँ बड़ी मुबारक है।
But the sponsors of Yasin Malik from across the border began a sympathy campaign. The current foreign minister of Pakistan, Bilawal Bhutto, called the charges against Malik as fabricated, demanding his release. Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif called on the world to take note of Yasin Malik, who was a prisoner of politics. Meanwhile, in India, National Conference leader and ex-JNK Chief Minister Omar Abdullah was doling out advice to the convict. Yasin Malik's conviction comes in the background of a spate of Kashmiri Pandit killings. The sentence is set to ensure a semblance of justice for these Kashmiri Pandits.
मोटे मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में। काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से। किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। The ongoing debate on the shivling found in Gangvapi, the Supreme Court has stayed all matters in the lower court here in Varanasi.
And well, let's listen in as in the case of the BJP leader Balchandran hacked to death. Let's listen to some reactions.
The Communist Party, we have heard it umpteen times that the Communist Party is not for killings, for any political discourses. Ideas are most important. The only important factor is ideas and ideas alone. No physical tussle, no killings can answer any political questions. So we are not for political killings. BJP has no right, morally or politically, to accuse anybody on matters of killing. Because as a matter of fact, it was BJP always spreading the idea of killings on political grounds.
சென்னை வந்து தமிழகத்தின் தலைநகரமா அல்லது கொலை நகரமா என்று தெரியவில்லை. தினசரி பத்திரிகையில் பாத்தீங்கன்னா எங்கேயாவது யாரையாவது கொலை பண்றாங்க. இன்னைக்கு இருந்த தம்பி பாலச்சந்தர் ஒரு இளைஞர், இப்பதான் சின்ன குழந்தை இருக்கு, அவங்க சகோதரி, அவங்க எல்லாருமே இங்க வந்து நீங்க கண்ணீர் விட்டதை பாக்குறீங்க. இந்த மாதிரி அழுகுரல் தமிழகம் பூரா கேட்டுட்டே இருக்கு. ஏன்னா தினசரி எங்கேயாவது 2 சம்பவங்கள் 4 சம்பவங்கள் இன்னைக்கு ஒரு பக்கம் ஒதுக்கிடுறாங்க. காலை பத்திரிகையில பாத்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு பக்கம் எங்க யாரை வெட்டினாங்க, எப்படி கொலை பண்ணாங்க. அப்ப இதுதான் திராவிட மாடல் அரசனுடைய ஓராண்டு சாதனையா நம்ம நினைக்க வேண்டியது இருக்கு. சம்பந்தப்பட்ட நபர் அவர் யாரை அவர் கொலை செய்தார்கள் என்பது நன்றாகவே அங்க இருக்கிறவர்களுக்கு தெரியுது. காவல்துறைக்கும் ஏற்கனவே தெரியுது. அந்த சஞ்சய் பிரதீப் 2 பேருமே
3 நாட்களுக்கு முன்னாடி 20ஆம் தேதி தான்.
With respect to the crime that had taken place yesterday, we will need a complete investigation to take place.
ஜெயில இருக்காங்க. அப்படிப்பட்டவங்க வெளியே வர்றதுக்கு முன்னாடி இவங்க கம்ப்ளைண்ட் கொடுக்கறாங்க. இப்படி எல்லாம் மிரட்டுறாங்க, ஜெயிலுக்கு உள்ள இருந்து மிரட்டுறாங்க அப்படின்னு கம்ப்ளைண்ட் கொடுக்கும்போது உடனடியாக ஒரு நடவடிக்கை எடுத்திருந்தா இந்த சம்பவம் நடக்காமல் இருப்பதற்கு ஒரு வாய்ப்பு இருந்திருக்கும் என்பது நிச்சயமான உண்மை. அதான் எங்க மாநில தலைவர்கள் இப்ப ஆணையத்தை பேசினாங்க. நீங்க கடுமையான நடவடிக்கை எங்களுடைய போராட்டம் இருக்க போகிறது. நீங்க உடனடியாக நடவடிக்கை எடுக்கணும்.
Actions be taken, especially and be overlook into the local rooms in and around the area and check into all possible angles on with respect to this case.
காவல்துறை அதை விசாரித்து நடவடிக்கை எடுத்திருந்தால் இந்த சம்பவம் நடந்திருக்கும். ஏற்கனவே இது போன்ற தவறுகளை
had the police officials taken immediate action, then this wouldn't have taken place.
கொடுத்து கூட இன்றைக்கு அவர் பலியாகி இருக்கிறார்.
Despite him having given a complaint in the police station, there hadn't been any action taken.
இந்த வேடிக்கை நம்ம என்ன போய் இந்த கொடுமையை நம்ம சொல்ல முடியும்?
It is an irony that who had given a complaint that there is a threat to his life, he has not been given protection. Balakrishan was someone who had been a loyal cadre of the BJP.
பல பகுதிகளாக சென்று அவரை தேடிக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்.
Joining us for more details is Apurva on the phone line to tell us about this case, and even as a war of words has emerged over it. BJP Central District Chairman of the SC/ST wing, President Balachandran, was hacked to death by 3 unidentified assailants in Tintradipet, a locality in Tamil Nadu's Chennai, on Tuesday. Apurva, what more details have emerged? Do the police have any leads in the case? Have any of the suspects been identified?
Well, what we are learning initially is that an inquiry is ongoing right now at the Tintradipet police station. In fact, we are also learning that all possible angles are being looked into with respect to the incident that had taken place yesterday night. In fact, we are told the family will also be expected to arrive here shortly as well. The senior officials over here are conducting inquiries and investigation and looking into all possible angles with respect to the story as well. In fact, the BJP chief K. Annamalai here in Tamil Nadu has also condemned this incident. And yet again, remember, just the day before yesterday, yet another BJP cadre in Kanyakumari had been attacked in a similar manner, but there allegedly by PSA officials. So we are to learn what more can we get from this case. But as of now, the investigation is ongoing.
Meanwhile, well, it's not an isolated case. An outrage has emerged over outrage now breaking out over the death of the BJP leader. He was hacked to death. It's truly a very gruesome killing, but we are hearing a political war of words over it.
Well, definitely, one second. We in fact have we have the sister of Balakrishan here with us. In fact, and we're just going ahead and asking her what has taken place. இந்த சம்பவம் நடந்துருக்கு, அதுக்கப்புறம் நீங்களும் கார்த்திகா வந்துருக்கீங்க, என்ன போலீஸ் சொல்றாங்க? என்ன தப்பு பண்ணாங்க பிடிக்கவே என் தம்பி அதை போஸ்ட்மார்ட்டம் பண்ணி வாங்கிக்க மாட்டாங்க, நாங்க வாங்க மாட்டோம்னு சொல்றோம். அவங்க நாங்க வாங்குவோம், அது வரைக்கும் நாங்க வாங்க மாட்டோம். என் தம்பி இப்ப அவர் ஏற்கனவே எனக்கு உயிர் ஒரு டேஞ்சரா இருந்துச்சு அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு தான் அவர் பேசியிருக்காரு. அதுக்கும் அது ப்ரொடெக்ஷன் வேணும்னு அவர் கேட்டிருக்காரு. ஒரு வாரம் முன்னாடி தம்பி துணி கடை வச்சிருக்காங்க, தம்பி பெரிய அவன் கடையில போயிட்டு என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்க, மாமூல் கேட்டிருக்காங்க. அவன் அப்பதான் ஜெயில இருந்து வந்திருக்காங்க, வேற பிரச்சனைக்கு போயிட்டு.
Well, Apurva, when we talk about political murders, is this the first this year? Because Chennai, it's rare for political murders of this kind.
Yeah, there is a case of murder, and when one of the functionaries of BJP has been murdered because of previous enmity by some suspects. So in this case, the eyewitnesses have spoken about the incident, and we have formed special teams to see that these accused are arrested, as well as the maintenance of public order is maintained. In specifically, I have come here now to have an inspection and to see if there was any lapse of any sort. If it be there, then we will be taking action against the concerned as well.
So, well, we are talking about Balachandran's murder, the Chennai SC Wing president who was murdered yesterday. And he was the Central District Chairman of the SCST Wing of the BJP. And he was hacked to death by 3 unidentified assailants in Chintadripet, a locality in Tamil Nadu's Chennai. And according to sources, the BJP member was killed while the security guard went for a tea break. And now a political war of words breaking out over the killing of Balachandran. Parties blaming each other for his death. Meanwhile, we are trying to get in touch with our reporter, and our reporter tells us that, well, this is the first such killing, political killing in Tamil Nadu this year. Political killings of this kind are rare in Tamil Nadu, and the CPIM on its part is blaming the BJP. While the BJP is expressing outrage, the police as of now have no such leads. They are following various angles in the investigation which is underway. Balachandran was the president of the SCST wing of the Bharatiya Janata Party in Chennai. And as we were telling you, the Tamil Nadu BJP cadre who was killed, his killing he was hacked to death, and police are investigating the matter. 3 unidentified people are said to be responsible.
The Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He, of course, will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies. And that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Avigna Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow burst down the flames.
A Jammu and Kashmir policeman lost his life on Tuesday when terrorists opened fire in Srinagar Sura area. The cop had sustained bullet injuries, while his 7-year-old daughter too was injured in the attack.
Jammu and Kashmir policeman Saifullah Qadri was shot dead, and his 7-year-old daughter was injured by terrorists in Sora area of Srinagar. A fringe terror group took responsibility of the attack.
Targeted a cop of Jammu Kashmir police just outside his residence. He was accompanied by his 7-year-old daughter, whom he was taking to the tuition center, but on way he was attacked by pistol-borne terrorists. As per the sources that he received, that 8 bullets, and he succumbed to the injuries there on spot. And also the daughter received bullet injuries on wrist. She is being treated at JVC Bemena, although TRF has...
The innocent, who is still fighting for life, had clung to her father when the terrorist opened fire at point-blank range.
टेररिस्ट ने मानवता के सारे हद को पार कर दिया. उस छोटी सी बच्ची जो 9 साल की थी, उसको नहीं छोड़ा. उस पर भी फायर किया. वो भी जख्मी हो बेचारी, अभी हॉस्पिटल में है, स्टेबल है, ठीक है. और मैं अपने पुलिस के सारे जवानों से को आश्वासन देता हूँ जो भी टेररिस्ट इन्वॉल्व है उसको बहुत जल्दी न्यूट्रलाइज कर देंगे।
The Jammu and Kashmir police paid homage to Qadri. Qadri is the second policeman from Srinagar and third from the valley killed by terrorists in over a fortnight.
Sources do say that the cop was advised not to visit his home. They were suspecting this kind of attack, but cop did not pay heed that was coming, particularly the inputs that were coming to the Jammu and Kashmir police as far as the terror attack is concerned. He visited his home, and just outside his home, some 300 meters away from the residence, he was targeted. His daughter was targeted, who's just 7-year-old girl. With Vijay Firdoswani, I'm Zina Zishan Fazil for Republic in Srinagar.
And amid the ongoing row over the Gyanvapi survey, a similar controversy exploded in Mangaluru after a temple-like structure was found during the demolition of a mosque in Malali. The Vishwa Hindu Parishad is planning to undertake an Ashtamangala Prashne today. Republic is reporting live from Mangaluru. After the Gyanvapi row now in Mangaluru, well, we had heard that prohibitory orders had been imposed and tight security there in place, as the Vishwa Hindu Parishad had announced earlier that they would be holding prayers at the site where a temple-like structure has been found. The temple structure was found on the 21st of April. Sagar Raj to tell us more. Sagar Raj, we believe that tight security has been put in place. What more can you tell us? We can see visuals of people gathered. Are they gathered for the prayers that were announced by the VHP?
Yeah, this particular Tambula Prashne started early in the morning in Sri Ramanjaneya temple in Mangaluru, and this is a ritual which will be followed by the Swamijis over here, and we are joined with local MLA Mr. Bharat Shetty. Thank you so much for talking to Republic TV, sir. Sir, what is the procedure that has been followed in this Tambula Prashne?
See, actually I'm not the competent authority about the procedures actually, but it's a big process. Most of the time what happens is when the issue regarding a temple comes, during a reformation of a temple, building a temple, what they do is they do something called as Ashtamangala Prashne. It's a big process, Ashtamangala Prashne. It needs to be done on the spot or somewhere near that. The astrologer will know. It's not a ritual kind of a thing, it's a part of astrology. There's a system for that. Tambula Prashne is done for finding out through astrology whether some kind of a godly forces or a power is there or not in that area. Once the Tambula Prashna comes positive, then they go ahead with the Ashtamangala Prashna. Ashtamangala Prashna is very...
How far legally this will work for you? Because the district commissioner says that this is not going to have any kind of prominence because a court will see the other factors of this particular issue.
First you have to understand one thing. It's not for me. I'm an MLA here. I've come here because any temple we do, in this local area, any temple, any construction or demolition or whatever, Jirnodhara we call it, reconstruction, Tambula Prashna is a process and the local leaders are invited. We come for that. This Tambula Prashna or Ashtamangala Prashna is not kept by me or our party or by the government. It is done by the local people. It is up to them. It's a process. It's a part of the Hindu astrological system. They have astrology and they have done it.
Sir, talking about that particular mosque, Madina Juma Masjid, whether any relevant documents are there for VHP or any local leaders to fight legally?
See, according to me, I'm not. There has been historical references of Tipu and his father Hyder Ali visiting this area. There are few temples where the mark of the Tipu sword is still maintained in the temple to be a reminder. Where Tipu has hit the temple ka roof. It's a low-lying roof near our border only, and they have visited this area. There is a theory that he has destroyed few temples and all. We are not very sure about that, but historical references are there. And one Portuguese writer in his book also, he has given a lot of historical reference to this area. And that direction giving thing, what do you call it, astrolabe, before compass came. before they were using compass. Using that, he has given directions of what is what, where is where.
The next plan of action, sir, after this particular puja?
As a MLA, my demand is only for a survey. That's it. Nothing else. Nothing more, nothing less. I just want to know the truth as an MLA. That's it. But as for the legal fight is there, it is taken up by Vishwa Hindu Parishad, not me. It is Vishwa Hindu Parishad, not me. As for the puja is going on, it is by the locals. I've been invited, I've come here, that's all. If you ask me, I will say a survey should be done. We'll know the truth. Let a competent authority give a report, what is what.
Okay. Here it is, there should be a survey which should be done by the competent authorities, which will reveal the truth, and probably after that, they will take the next plan of action. And this is the entire story, entire narration of this particular puja which is happening here in Balali village. Remember, this particular finding came to light after that particular masjid started the renovation work, where they have found out a few Hindu kind of structure inside the temple, something like Kalyani, something like a pillar, and other things which resembles Hindu culture and Hindu procedures. So now they are trying to figure out whether this Tambula Prashne will help their findings, where this ritual will be performed using betel leaves. Followed by that, there will be Ashtamangala Puja, which will happen for 7 days after Tambula Prashne.
From Mangaluru. Sagai, if I can ask you one more question. We understand that security has been heightened around the Mangaluru mosque. What is the situation like around the mosque right now?
See, 144 section has been imposed around mosque and near temple, and there are also heavy security deployment in and around mosque. Remember, no media has been allowed close to 500 to 800 meters near that mosque ever since this particular incident has come to light, and it has been completely barricaded by the police, and there are heavy security deployment in across, say, around 2 to 3 kilometers radius in Madalli village.
And also, you were talking about, the kind of temple ruins we've seen in the Mangaluru mosque. Help us understand the kind of ruins, the temple structures that have been found, that only going to prove that probably there was a temple there.
See, once the renovations started in this particular masjid, which is called Madani Jumma Masjid in Malali, they figured out a structure, a pole, which resembles Hindu temples, and immediately people who have clicked that picture went wildfire across the city. Remember, Mangaluru is one of the sensitive areas in Karnataka, which is in the coastal region of Karnataka, which is a neighboring state of Udupi, where the hijab row started. And it is always infamous for one or the other communal violence which was been reported from past many years. And that is the reason this particular issue seemed to be quite sensitive, and people are taking very close to their heart. And especially after Gyanvapi incident has come to light, now people believe that there might be several mosques which might have been constructed on top of the temple. And even in this place, they believe there is a Kalyani, there is a temple kind of structure, and other architecture which resembles Hindu temple. And that is the reason now they claim that there should be a systematic survey which should be done by competent authorities who can come out with the truth of this particular masjid.
All right. And Sagai, just another question that I have for you. If you could give us more details of the VHP that has planned a puja today. At what time is this puja going to start? And what are other preparations that are also going on with respect to this puja that will take place by the VHP?
It has already started. It started around 9 a.m. and this is called Tambula Prashne. Tambula means betel leaves, where Prashne means the question. So what they do is, it is a ritual which will be followed, where people will be giving betel leaves to the tantric who has come here, who will perform the puja, and there will be several questions which will be asked by a tantric to the people whoever is giving that tambula, that is betel leaves. Following that, they believe that while doing this particular puja, there might be some kind of indication which might reflect in this particular puja, which will reveal the truth, whether there was any kind of Hindu Deva or Devata which was present in that particular area. And if the vindication comes positive for them, and they will go ahead with the next ritual, that is Ashtamangala Puja, which will go on for 7 days. So this is a 1-day puja which will probably get over by 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. And following that, they will take a decision whether they should go ahead with the second puja, that is Ashtamangala Puja. So this is a long procedure which will follow, and we need to wait and watch what will be the outcome of this particular ritual.
Well, Sagai, thanks for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you as you track more updates on that story. So Sagai there reporting live from Mangaluru. And a shocking incident coming to light from Tamil Nadu after the BJP Central District Chairman of the SC/ST wing, President Balachandran, was hacked to death by 3 unidentified assailants in Chintradripet, which is a locality in Tamil Nadu's Chennai. The BJP leader's family is now demanding justice, and Republic is reporting live from Chennai. We have Apurva reporting live from that very location where this shocking incident happened. Apurva, first up, if you could give us details of this shocking incident, because we understand that the BJP leader was hacked to death in broad daylight.
Well, definitely this incident had taken place late last night where a BJP cadre there who was part of the SC/ST team here in Chintadripet, he was in fact hacked to death. What we are learning is that we are learning that almost 3 people had come here on a bike and had attacked him. This despite him having given police protection. And what we are learning is that initially that the police there had gone for a tea right next to him. This cadre whose name Balakrishnan, and he was attacked during that short frame of time. That is what we are learning. In fact, the family had just come here to Chintadripet police station where they had tried and spoken with the police officials there. This even as the inquiry is ongoing right now. We are yet to ascertain more details regarding this investigation, but what the family alleges is that there had already been some kind of animosity there between the local gundas who had come to their shop. They had a family shop here, which is a clothes shop, where they had come to collect their mamul or the fees that they procure from each and every shop, and that is what they had come to, and which they had also allegedly threatened Balakrishnan and his brother, is what the family alleges, and following which the family also states that they had also come here to file a complaint as well. This had happened last week, the family alleges, and within this week this incident had taken place. In fact, the family also states they will not be receiving back the body of Balakrishnan unless there is further action that is being taken, and that the police are able to catch the perpetrators, is what the family alleges. In fact, the family also has named 3 people who they believe is behind the reason for the killing of Balakrishnan as well. The family there who has also given 3 names of police that are conducting their investigation on their own here at Chintadripet station. They are looking into all possible angles. They're looking at CCTV footage, if any. They are also looking into what was the time at which the accident had taken place. All of these angles that are being looked into by the police as well. We are also learning that this investigation has been ongoing, and with the family now alleging that they will not be taking back the body of Balakrishnan. Remember, this is not the first incident that is taking place here. Over the last couple of days as well, we have seen several similar kind of crimes that are taking place here across Tamil Nadu, and in Chennai itself we have seen 2 similar crimes that had taken place just a couple of days back as well. Balakrishnan there, who was a BJP cadre and of the SC/ST wing, and he is now being survived by his child and wife.
All right. Apurva, thank you for getting us all those details. We'll keep coming back to you as you track more details on that story. And time for a very short break. Viewers, don't go anywhere. Lots lined up for you on the other side of this very short break. Death toll from this shocking shooting incident at Texas elementary school rises to 23, including 18 children and 3 adults.
As an amazing step for students, the University Grants Commission has allowed students to pursue 2 degrees at the same time. Amity University is the first one to implement this, and now all Amity students can avail 2 degrees together. To find out more, visit amity.edu/2 degrees.
China there, flown its jets at the Quad venue. The Defense Minister of Japan said that the move by Russia and China was likely a provocation.
The Chinese getting jittery. They have called Quad the Asian NATO, indulging in this provocative act. Are the Chinese really taking on the Americans? Behind me is the Eisenhower building next to the White House, where the meeting took place between Prime Minister Modi and Vice President Kamala Harris. ये खालिस्तान प्रोटेस्ट जो है, गुलाम नबी फाई यहाँ पे मौजूद है और हमने इनको एक्सपोज कर दिया है. Situation under control in Jahangirpur area. Prompt police action really averted a situation which could have gone out of hand. This is the biggest stadium in the world. For President Trump, this is going to be the biggest political event.
Barricades come in, we are just going to move few more steps. Delhi police officials coming here, more and more officials.
Now, another story, big story then. The Varanasi court has kept the Gyanvapi matter for 26th of May while stating that the videographic evidence is to be provided to both the sides. Here's a report.
After back-to-back hearings on Monday and Tuesday, the Varanasi District Court has decided which plea will be heard first.
अभी हम लोग शुरुआत है जीत जी 26 तारीख को हम लोग की सुनवाई है हो सकता है प्रतिदिन चले कोर्ट.
अच्छा, आप भी कोर्ट में थी, महिला याचिकाकर्ता श्रृंगार गौरी को लेकर आप लोग, क्या बातचीत हुई वहां पर जब जज साहब कोर्ट ऑर्डर पढ़ रहे थे? किस तरह से वाद प्रतिवाद अंदर हो रहा?
अब उन्होंने कहा 26 से सारी सुनवाई होगी, अब लगातार होगी. अब
श्रृंगार गौरी के मसले पे क्या बातचीत हुई?
बस वही की सुनवाई अब होगी, जो भी होगा अभी तो वकील जी जाने हमारे.
The court has stated that the videographic evidence is to be provided to both sides ahead of the 26th May hearing.
कोर्ट ने कहा है कि उस पे हम अपना डिटेल्ड ऑर्डर पास करेंगे और वीडियोग्राफी और फोटोग्राफी की कॉपी जो पक्षकार है उनको प्रोवाइड की जाएगी.
आपने कल भी कहा था कि इस पर बातचीत होनी चाहिए, ये देखना चाहिए कोर्ट को वीडियोग्राफी कैसे हुई है.
हाँ बिल्कुल, अभी हमें कॉपी प्रोवाइड की जाएगी और 1 हफ्ते का समय दिया है दोनों पक्षों को कमीशन की रिपोर्ट पे ऑब्जेक्शन फाइल करने के लिए, और जब वो मिल जाएगा तो हम अपना ऑब्जेक्शन फाइल करेंगे, उसके बाद उस पर भी सुनवाई होगी.
Multiple undated videos have already been circulated over the past few weeks, like this undated video that shows a shivling-like structure at the Vazukhana.
26 तारीख से सुनवाई होगी. खास तौर से जो वीडियोग्राफी हुई है जो वीडियो और फोटोग्राफी हुई है उसका हम लोग कहे आप लोग इसका शुल्क दिए और ले सकते हैं. और बिल्कुल शनिवार रविवार को छुट्टी नहीं रहेगी, उसकी सुनवाई होगी, क्योंकि माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट की दिशा के अनुसार अब जल्दी से जल्दी ये करना है.
And this video that shows the Nandi behind the grills facing the Vazukhana, which is the alleged shivling spot. While some are eagerly awaiting the videography, it remains to be seen if all sides will accept the findings in the video.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest. It's a big Yanvapi breaking coming up on the other side.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
As an amazing step for students, the University Grants Commission has allowed students to pursue 2 degrees at the same time. Amity University is the first one to implement this, and now all Amity students can avail 2 degrees together. To find out more, visit amity.edu/2 degrees.
He heard the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra while you're trying to avoid the cameras. Hanging of the rapist has been confirmed. Court has said all the evidence had already been seen at the trial court, at the high court and the top court of the country. They're not going to go into it again. Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015? Do you not think the decorum of the court and the dignity needed to be maintained with the kind of language you use? Republic TV gets you the first words from Khabar Qureshi.
Chinagate came to light last week following raids by the CBI. Now the former UPA era minister's son Karti Chidambaram is all set to be quizzed by the CBI.
Congress MP Karti Chidambaram has been summoned to CBI office at 11 a.m. to join the probe into allegations of facilitating visas of over 250 Chinese nationals through the back door during UPA era when his father P. Chidambaram was the Home Minister. This comes after Karti Chidambaram withdrew his plea seeking anticipatory bail plea filed in Delhi High Court on 20th May 2022. On 18th May, a CBI team arrested Karti's close aide and CAS Bhaskar Raman, who was sent to CBI custody. The visa bribery scam first came to light on 17 May 2022 when the CBI conducted simultaneous searches on the premises of Congress MP Karti P. Chidambaram and his close associates in connection. Amidst the ongoing investigation, Karti Chidambaram has issued a statement denying the allegations and alleging political vendetta. The crux of CBI FIR against Karti Chidambaram, his aide CAS Bhaskar Raman and Vikas Makharia, the then Associate Vice President of Thermal Power Plant Talwandi Sabo Power, Bell Tools Limited, is that bribes were paid and kickbacks were received for clearing visas for Chinese nationals during UPA government. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Moving on now, the UN Health Agency has said that monkeypox outbreak has been reported in 16 countries and several regions of the world can still be contained, and that the overall risk of transmission is still low. Take a look at this detailed report on monkeypox.
According to the UN Health Agency, the monkeypox outbreak that has been reported in 16 countries and several regions of the world can still be contained.
So what we know from this virus and these modes of transmission, this outbreak can still be contained. And it is the objective of the World Health Organization and member states to contain this outbreak and to stop it. The risk for the general public, therefore, appears to be low because we know that the main modes of transmission have been as described in the past.
The WHO data collated up till now showed more than 250 confirmed cases of monkeypox.
As of the 22nd of May, we've had officially reported through our member states, WHO member states, over 250 cases of confirmed and suspected cases of monkeypox from 16 countries and several WHO regions.
A top advisor to the World Health Organization said that the leading theory is that monkeypox was likely spread after sexual activity at 2 recent raves in Europe. Scientists say that it will be difficult to disentangle whether the spread is being driven by sexual activities or merely close contact. Monkeypox is a virus that originates in wild animals like rodents, primates, and occasionally jumps to people.
Most of the animals that are susceptible to monkeypox are in fact rodents. Gambian giant pouch rats, dormice, prairie dogs. Those are the types of animals from which there may be spillover, a zoonotic spillover from animals into people who may be going into the forest or who may be coming into contact with the virus through a zoonotic route.
Monkeypox belongs to the same virus family as smallpox. It also requires very close contact to spread, so it is not likely to prompt big waves of disease like COVID-19, which can be transmitted through air by people with no symptoms. Most human cases have been in Central and West Africa, and outbreaks have been relatively limited.
Countries that are reporting monkeypox now are countries that do not normally have outbreaks of monkeypox. There are several countries in which this disease is endemic. Central African Republic, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Nigeria, and Cameroon are reporting cases at the moment, and there are other countries that have reported cases in the past.
The illness was first identified by scientists in 1958 when there were 2 outbreaks of a pox-like disease in research monkeys, thus the name monkeypox. Agency report, Republic TV.
A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest as Yasin Malik to be sentenced today. Live visuals coming in of farmers trapped in well after a portion of wall collapsed in Hisar, Haryana.
औरंगजेब की वजह से पेट्रोल की कीमत में इजाफा हो गया, अकबर की वजह से कीमतें बढ़ गईं और शाहजहां की वजह से नौजवान बेरोजगार। प्रधानमंत्री जिम्मेदारी नहीं है इसकी, मुगल जिम्मेदार।
Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Avigna Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow burst down the flame.
Wrap of all that's making news from across the globe. The US measures that were lifted this month, in addition to relaxing limits on transfers, calling for resumption of the processing of visas for Cubans in Havana, as well as a family reunification program to let some people on the island join relatives in the US. The measures that President Biden have taken show a non-negligible impact in the country, but slowly things are improving for Cubans. A top advisor to South Korean president said that the North Koreans did not respond to Seoul's proposal to send COVID-19 vaccines to the country. Speaking on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Nav Kyo-wong said that South Korea had also offered other medicines to its neighbor, but added that Seoul was still waiting for an answer on the proposal. WHO Director General Tedros was reappointed to a second 5-year term by the UN Health Agency's member countries. No other candidate challenged Tedros for the post amid the ongoing difficulties of responding to the devastating COVID pandemic. Palestinian Foreign Minister Riyad al-Malki met with Turkish Foreign Minister in the West Bank city of Ramallah. The Palestinian Foreign Minister described the meeting as a conversation between friends and brothers. Turkey and Israel were once close allies, but relations grew strained under Turkish President Erdogan, who is an outspoken critic of Israel's policies towards the Palestinians. BJP leader hacked to death in Chennai. Will get you live coverage on the other side.
इतने मोटे-मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में।
काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं।
दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक-एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से। किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। The ongoing debate on the shivling found in Gyanvapi, the Supreme Court has stayed all matters in the lower court here in Varanasi.
औरंगजेब की वजह से पेट्रोल की कीमत में इजाफा हो गया, अकबर की वजह से कीमतें बढ़ गईं और शाहजहां की वजह से नौजवान बेरोजगार। प्रधानमंत्री जिम्मेदारी नहीं है इसकी, मुगल जिम्मेदार।
Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Abhignya Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow burst down the flame.
The death toll from the shooting at a Texas elementary school has risen to 23, including 18 children and 3 adults. Now, US President Joe Biden has stated that this is high time that action is taken. BJP leader hacked to death, family demands justice. Gyanvapi complex's videography and photography of survey report to be given to both Hindu and Muslim sides today. Fresh plea filed in Supreme Court seeking intervention in Gyanvapi mosque dispute. Violence in Amalapuram town over proposed renaming of Konasima district as B.R. Ambedkar Konasima district. Ex-Punjab Minister Vijay Singla sent to police custody until 27th of May following corruption allegations. Pakistani stooge and terror convict Yasin Malik charged under UAPA likely to be sentenced today. the BJP Central District Chairman of the SC/ST Wing, President Balachandran, was hacked to death by 3 unidentified assailants in Chintadithripet, a locality in Tamil Nadu's Chennai. The BJP leader's family is now demanding justice. Republic spoke exclusively to members of the family. And as we were telling you, Balachandran was hacked to death yesterday. Although he was provided personal security, his security guard had gone for a tea break, which was when he was attacked and killed. Meanwhile, a war of words has emerged. The family of Balachandran demands justice.
சம்பவம் நடந்திருக்கு. அதுக்கப்புறம் நீங்களும் காலையில் இப்போ வந்திருக்கீங்க. என்ன போலீஸ் சொல்கிறாங்க? என்ன
போலீஸ் இன்னும் அந்த தப்பு பண்ணவங்களை வெட்டினவங்களை யாரையும் பிடிக்கவே இல்லை சார். இன்னும் போலீஸ் என் தம்பி இப்போ இன்னும் அதை போஸ்ட்மார்ட்டம் பண்ணி வாங்கிக்கோங்கன்றாங்க. நாங்கள் வாங்க மாட்டோம்னு சொல்கிறோம். அவனை அரெஸ்ட் பண்ணால் தான் நாங்கள் வாங்குவோம். அது வரைக்கும் நாங்கள் வாங்க மாட்டோம். என் தம்பி இது ஆத்ம சாந்தி அடையாது. அவங்கள தண்டிக்காத வாங்கணும்னா
அவர் ஏற்கனவே வந்து எனக்கு உயிர் வந்து ஒரு டேஞ்சராக இருந்துச்சு அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு தான் அவர் பேசியிருக்காரு. அதுக்கும் வந்து ப்ரொடெக்ஷன் வேணும்னு அவர் கேட்டிருக்காரு.
ஆமாங்க மேடம். ஒரு வாரம் முன்னாடி தம்பி
my brother's body until the investigation is completed and the perpetrators are caught.
அவன் அப்பதான் ஜெயில இருந்து வந்திருக்கான். வேற பிரச்சனைக்கு போயிட்டு பிரதீப்ன்றவன் ஜெயில இருந்து வந்த உடனேமே துணி.
Just last week, one of the goons had in fact gone to our relatives' cloth shop there and asked for extortion of money and threatened them.
கோர்ட்டுக்கு வரும்போது கோர்ட்லேருந்து ஒரு ஃபோனை வாங்கி பண்ணுறாங்க. சரி என்ன இப்படி பண்ணுறாங்களே சொல்லிட்டு ஸ்டேஷனில் சொல்ல வந்தோம். சரிப்பா நாங்கள் அவங்கள பிடிச்சிக்கிறோம் அப்படின்னாங்க. ஒரு இதுவே எடுக்கல. அப்புறம் அவன் மறுநாளே வந்து வழியில் பார்த்து இன்னொரு தம்பியை வந்து
following these goons having threatened at the cloth shop, we had also
பயமுத்துறாங்க கொலை பண்ணிடுவேன்ட்டு
got scared, and last week we had come here to file a complaint with the police here.
FIR copy madam, FIR போட்டாச்சு. தம்பி மொபைல்ல இருக்கு. அந்த மொபைல் மிஸ்ஸிங். இப்போதான் இப்போ நம்பர் சொல்லிட்டு வந்து ட்ரேஸ் பண்ணி.
The complaint that we have given, all of that is in the phone of Balkrishnan. The phone is missing. The cash that he had in his pocket on his person, that is roughly around over 50,000 rupees. That cash is also missing. We don't have any of the copy in hand.
அதனாலதான் அவன் மேலே இப்போ மோட்டிவேட் ஆகிட்டு அவனை விட்டணும்னு சொல்லிட்டு பண்ணிட்டாங்க மேடம்.
We believe because it was Balachandar who went along with our family to file a complaint, they had attacked him.
இதுக்கு எல்லாமே ஆதரவு அவங்க குடும்பத்தில் ஃபேமிலி வந்து அசோக், ஆனந்த், அர்ஜுனன், Prema, Santi.
3 people that we know of, Pradeep, Sanjay, and another person had come to the shop and intimidated our family. In fact, these goons, their family has also been supportive of their notorious activities.
So outrage over the killing of BJP leader Balachandran. Apurva, well, we are listening into those reactions coming in from the family demanding justice. Cops, meanwhile, say that they have formed a special team to investigate the case. What can you tell us?
Well, the investigation is currently ongoing. An inquiry has been put up. Not only that, we are also learning that the team led by senior official here is conducting an inquiry. We are here at the Chintadithripet police station here, which is just minutes away from where the crime had taken place last night. What we are learning is that Balkrishnan, who has already been given a police security there, he and his PSO had arrived here at Chintadithripet, and while his PSO had gone just for a tea break just next to him, that this accident had taken place. Not only that, we are also learning that member of three had arrived on two-wheelers and had lashed at him with knives. That is what we are learning as well. All of this that had taken place within minutes, and Balakrishnan there, who had succumbed to his injuries. He is now survived by his wife and child. Not only that, the BJP Tamil Nadu is already asking for stringent action that needs to be taken place. In fact, the family out here of Balakrishnan, we had just spoken to the sister as well, and she had also demanded that action be taken against those perpetrators. In fact, they had also gone on to name 2 or 3 of the perpetrators they believe must be behind the killing of Balakrishnan. In fact, they say that they will not also take back the body of Balakrishnan post the post-mortem conducted until these perpetrators are caught. That is what we are learning as far as the family side states. Not only that, remember the police out here, the Chintadripet police station officials out here are also conducting a serious inquiry into this crime that had taken place here last night. We are also seeing that several other angles, including that of CCTV footage in and around passerbys as well as onlookers are being questioned as well as to what had happened, how the crime had happened as well. The PSO there, who is also being questioned. A lot of this, even as the inquiry is ongoing.
Right, so details still sketchy, and all eyes on that, on what the police have to say next. Apurva, many thanks for joining us. And moving on now, more breaking news. A fresh plea has been filed in the Supreme Court seeking intervention in the Gyanvapi mosque dispute. The plea contends that Muslims cannot assert any right in respect of any piece of land claiming to be a mosque unless it has been constructed on legally owned and occupied virgin land. So a fresh plea filed in the Supreme Court seeking a remedy for this point that has been put forward by the Hindu side, even as the Gyanvapi mosque dispute continues. And Ananya, well, a fresh plea filed and a major point put forward by the Hindu side here. Ananya.
Well, yes, the Hindu side has filed a new petition into the Supreme Court, and remember that the fresh petition that has been filed by Swami Jitendranath is not connected though to the Gyanvapi issue, but though definitely has an implication. However, a few days back, intervention application was also filed before the Supreme Court with regards to, in fact, the Gyanvapi issue, wherein a Delhi-based lawyer had approached the court seeking an intervention into the whole Gyanvapi case. The petition was filed through Advocate Ashwini Kumar Upadhyay, and it clearly stated that Kashi is the land of Lord Shiv, and hence the Muslims should leave this place actually. And in fact, the whole Places of Worship Act does not give a bar to in fact redetermine a religious character of a place, and a lot is happening not only in the topmost court of the country but also in the Varanasi court. We remember what orders were passed yesterday by the Varanasi court, wherein it clearly stated that it would be hearing the Order 7 Rule 11 application, that is the maintainability of the suit filed by the Hindu side. The petition, the Order 7 Rule 11 application has been filed by the Muslim side, clearly saying that the suit that has been filed by the Hindu side is not maintainable, and the court from tomorrow, that is May 26, would be hearing this case, and it would be very, very crucial to note as to what happens next, because the maintainability of the suit, if the maintainability of the suit is not allowed, then the whole exercise of conducting these advocate commissioner surveys would go futile. But a lot happening, in fact, in the courts this time, because not only Varanasi but also the Supreme Court would be hearing the case on July 21. It has already passed an interim order securing the Shivling site where the Shivling was recovered, and in fact also giving a right to the Muslims to pray in the mosque, and in fact also asking the Uttar Pradesh government to make arrangements for offering of wazu, because remember that wazu was stopped after the area was secured, and In fact, people were not allowed to enter the area where the shivling was found. So a lot happening inside the courtroom, a lot of arguments and heated argument taking place. So we'll have to wait and watch as to what happens next in the case studio.
Right, a lot happening inside the courtroom. Ananya, well, many thanks for joining us there. We now go across to Piyush, from whom we'd like to know about the significance of the fresh videographic evidence that has emerged as far as the mosque premises are concerned, the original temple premises are concerned.
Well, if we talk about the videography and photography evidences, what we are now learning is that today itself the court, Varanasi court, from where right now I'm reporting, is going to hand over all the evidences to the Hindu side. You would also remember that during the last hearing, the Hindu petitioners had sought the videography and photography evidences. Those were taken during the course of survey which was being done not only by Ajay Mishra's commission report but also by Vishal Singh's commission. So today it's going to be very important day. We are still waiting for these evidences to be handed over. Yesterday the court had given nod to hand over all the evidences to the Hindu petitioners and had set a deadline of 7 days. What we are now given to understand is that today itself the Hindu petitioners are going to get these videography and photography evidences. On the other side, the Muslim petitioners and lawyers have been objecting to the entire survey report, to the entire act of doing survey, doing photography, taking videos, and that is why they had also moved to court demanding that the status of Gyan Vapi should not be changed as it comes under 1991 Worship Act. So multiple things were there yesterday. Now the court, after listening to both the arguments, had set the date of 26th of May, where it is going to hear the maintainability into the entire cases. If the case can further be heard, that is what the court is going to decide on 26th of May after hearing both the sides. Today, if we talk about today is also a very important day. At around 2 p.m. in the same court, in Varanasi court, a fresh plea has been filed by Vishwa Vedic Sanatan Sangh, in which the president of the organization, Jitendra Singh Bisen, has requested the court to announce him, to declare him as the exclusive owner. In fact, this plea has been filed on behalf of Lord Adi Vishweshwara, which means that the petition is demanding that Lord Adi Vishweshwara should be declared as the sole owner of Gyan Vapi complex, and after that, they would be allowed to offer prayers. In fact, another plea which has been filed, another request which has been put in that particular plea is that the structure, the entire Gyan Vapi structure, should be brought down.
Well, Piyush, we have to move on to another breaking story right now. Activists amid the ongoing row over the Gyan Vapi survey, a similar controversy is exploding in Mangaluru after a temple-like structure was found during the demolition of a mosque in Malali. The Vishwa Hindu Parishad is undertaking an Ashtamangala Prashne prayer today. Republic is reporting live from Mangaluru. And our correspondent there, earlier when we were speaking with you, Ashwin, you told us about how despite strict prohibitory orders, well, people have gathered there.
एक बढ़िया जीत मिला है. अभी 800 साल का पुराना वो मस्जिद के पीछे कौन सा वो स्ट्रक्चर तोड़ा था, वो स्ट्रक्चर के पीछे को मंदिर का स्ट्रक्चर था. वो मंदिर का स्ट्रक्चर में अभी धार्मिक और आध्यात्मिक चिंतन से हम कौन सा अभी वो प्रश्न रखा, तांबुल प्रश्न रखा था. वो तांबुल प्रश्न में स्पष्ट रूप से उत्तर आया है. उधर एक सानिध्य है करके स्पष्ट रूप का सानिध्य सर. अभी तो वो चल रहा है, अभी शिव का मंदिर हो गया, कोई जैन का मंदिर हो गया. अभी तो दूसरा प्रश्न चल रहा है. अभी तो सानिध्य है. उस सानिध्य को अभी हम आगे रखने के लिए उधर के भजन और संकीर्तन करना है, उसको शक्ति ज्यादा करना है करके अभी तो पंडित जी ने बोला है.
अभी वहाँ पे कल्याणी भी था सर, उसको क्या किया हो?
Well, and breaking news coming in now, Yasin Malik, in which case, his sentencing is likely today. We'll be getting you live visuals there of Yasin Malik being taken to court. And NI court is likely to pronounce And NNI court is likely to pronounce judgment, this quantum of sentence today. Earlier he had pleaded guilty. Our reporter there on the ground as Yasin Malik's van in which he is being brought to the court arrives at the court premises. Yasin Malik to be sentenced today. Ananya, well, breaking news there. Yasin Malik arrives at the court. Quantum of sentence likely today.
उससे लेके जाएगा. Remember that Yasin Malik has now been brought to the court. In fact, yes, I can hear you. Yasin Malik will be produced today before Delhi's Patiala House Court. In fact, and remember. And you can see that these are the security, and this is the security, heavy security under which Yasin Malik has been brought to court. He would be then now taken out and be taken to Special NIA Judge Praveen Singh's court, in fact. And we'll have to wait and watch for his visuals though. But what is very, very crucial to note is that today the arguments would be there on the quantum of sentence. Remember that Yasin Malik had last time pleaded guilty in the whole JNK terror funding case. And remember, that whenever a person pleads guilty in this whole case, there is maximum punishment that he is liable for. He can be given out for maximum punishment. And as you can see, that heavy security deployment outside the whole Patiala House Court. This is the gate number 1 of the Patiala House Court, wherein these jail vans have been brought in. Remember that he's a high security prisoner, and hence paramilitary forces are also deployed into this whole area in order to avoid any kind of untoward incident. Because remember, the status of Yasin Malik in Kashmir is of very, very importance. He has been there and in fact has serious charges levied on him. The court in fact had last time convicted him of various offences under the Terrorists Act and the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. And you can see these visuals. These are the jail vans that are bringing Yasin Malik, because remember that he's always brought in. In fact, a lot of security arrangement is made before Yasin Malik is produced, because he is a high security prisoner. And in fact, he would today be produced before a Special NIA Judge Praveen Singh, who would be hearing the arguments on the quantum of sentence, and then he would be deciding on what would be the sentencing of Yasin Malik. So we'll have to wait and watch, because whenever a person pleads guilty, he is liable for maximum punishment. And you can see that heavy security deployment outside the Patiala House Court taking place, and any minute Yasin Malik can be brought to the court. So we'll have to wait and watch as to what pans out in the court. But for now, heavy security displacements here. You can see, in fact, ACP level officers also on spot looking after the security arrangement. I'll ask my camera puncher and Jashpal to show you around this area where where this whole gate is, the gate number 1 of the Patiala House Court, from where most probably he would be taken to the court. You can see senior officials of the Delhi police also present in this spot, apart from the paramilitary forces. And any minute Yasin Malik can be brought to court. In fact, heavy security deployment you can see outside the Patiala House Court. So we'll have to wait and watch as to what pans out in the court, because remember that he has pleaded guilty and is liable for maximum punishment in this whole case. Studios.
Well, Ananya, when we talk about his last hearing, we believe that he withdrew his lawyer, because having accepted all the charges and pleaded guilty to all the charges, there was really nothing to be said. Meanwhile, give us a live update of the events as they are unfolding there in the court premises. Ananya.
Yes, you can see that the jail van is being taken inside the court. You can clearly see that the security officials are asking the media to get aside, because remember, he's a high security prisoner, and we'll have to understand that he is one of the key terror suspects in when we talk of Jammu and Kashmir. Though a big separatist leader, a very, very influential leader. You can see the jail van going in. You can see how the jail van is going in. He'll be directly taken to the lockup, and from there he would be taken to the court. In fact, you can see how the jail officials would be bringing him. He's been taken to the lockup first and would then be taken inside the court from the lockup. Any minute he can be taken from the lockup. The court staff would give a call to, in fact, the lockup inside the Patiala House Court, and then from there Yasin Malik would be brought to Special NIA Judge Praveen Singh's court, where he would be produced and arguments would be taking place on the quantum of sentence that is to be awarded to Yasin Malik into this whole case. Remember, the court had made several observations when it had framed charges against Malik and others in this whole case. It had clearly noted that Yasin Malik, though he had not received funds directly, but through Zahoor Ahmad Shah Watali, the funds were also transferred to Hafiz Saeed, the UN proscribed terrorist. So a lot of serious charges there against Yasin Malik, and we'll get you the first glimpse of Yasin Malik as he's taken to the court. We are tracking each and every development of Yasin Malik being taken to the court, fastest and the first only on Republic Media Network. But what is very, very crucial to note is that today we'll hear from the court as to whether what quantum of sentence would be granted to Yasin Malik into this whole case. So a lot happening inside the Patiala House Court. A very, very important hearing to take place on the quantum of sentence being pronounced against Yasin Malik in this whole case. And in fact, we'll have to wait and watch as to what happens. We'll have to wait and watch as to what happens inside the court, because remember that the NIA court proceedings are in camera. We cannot enter inside the court, and it is only the lawyers that tell us about what has happened inside and or the staff. But what is very, very crucial to note is that the court would be hearing the arguments on quantum of sentence. It would be this is the case relating to the terror funding in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. Both the NIA and the Enforcement Directorate are investigating into this whole matter, and in fact any minute Yasin Malik can be brought to the court. Any time he can be produced before Special NIA Judge Praveen Singh, and you saw how the jail van amidst high security was taken inside the lockup of the Patiala House Court. So a lot happening here, and we'll have to wait and watch as to what happens and what pans out in the Patiala House Court. So we'll have to wait a little, I think, for that.
So Yasin Malik in court. Moving on to other breaking news, the Enforcement Directorate has summoned Shiv Sena senior leader Yashwant Jadhav in a FEMA case against him. Shavan, our senior editor, joins us on the phone line. Shavan, when we talk about the FEMA case, how big is it a setback for Yashwant Jadhav?
Well, at this point in time, this is a preliminary part of the investigation where Shiv Sena leader Yashwant Jadhav is the former standing committee chairman and also considered to be one of the senior leaders in the Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation, who has now been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. So as far as the case is concerned, this is based on an income tax department that was basically carried out, and based on that, we are now being told that the Enforcement Directorate is also probing the same matter. In fact, he's for the first time being called in by the Enforcement Directorate. As far as this FEMA case is concerned, it is more about a foreign exchange violation that is essentially taking place and not exactly a PMLA case. So to essentially say that it is a major setback, that wouldn't be appropriate. But having said that, this comes at a time when we have seen the kind of allegations that have been leveled by the Shiv Sena against the central agencies, which they have been saying that it has been misused by the centre. You've seen how various other leaders within the Mahavikas Aghadi who basically come under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate, and that has essentially led to a massive war of words between the Mahavikas Aghadi as well as the BJP in Maharashtra. Now with Yashwant Jadhav, who is essentially seen as largely the face of the Shiv Sena in the BMC, being called in by the Enforcement Directorate, one could only expect that this is going to further lead to some sort of a war of words between the both sides.
And the ED summoning Shiv Sena leader Yashwant Jadhav over a FEMA case. Our senior editor Shavan on the line, who has told us how earlier the income tax department too had been after him. Coming up on the other side, Yasin Malik, to be sentenced today, arrives at the NI court in Delhi for the sentencing.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics.
This mass graveyard in Bucha bears testimony to the brutal acts of the Russian troops. Republic TV did a week-long investigation into the operations of the Khalistani movement here in Britain.
Blatant violations that were carried out just a day before the fire. Did they really not feel the importance to inform the BMC? Republic Media Network's SIT decided to expose the dirty nexus between politics and a murky Ponzi scheme.
मोटे मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में, काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से।
Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He, of course, will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies. And that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Avigna Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow burst down the flame.
This morning, Yasin Malik will be sentenced today. The live visuals we are getting to you from outside the court. Ananya is reporting live from outside the court. As you can see, security has been heightened. Convict Yasin Malik, the Pakistani stooge, will be sentenced today. Ananya, if you can hear us, give us the details. What is happening outside the court right now? Well, we'll try and connect with Ananya again, but the live visuals we are getting to you from outside the court. As you can see, there is heavy security there, the security that has been beefed up ahead of Yasin's sentencing. Remember, he has been convicted. Well, we have Ananya back with us. Ananya, give us the latest. What is happening outside the court right now?
So yes, you can see the heavy security deployment that is taking place outside the Patiala House Court. The jail man has been brought in. He has been brought to the jail inside the Patiala House Court. He's been kept in the lockup. He'll be produced around 11:30 a.m. In the morning before. In fact, special CBI judge, special NIA judge Praveen Singh of the Patiala House Court. Remember, then on the last occasion, the court had convicted Yasin Malik in connection with this whole case, and in fact, while also framing charges into this whole case, the court had made several observations, in fact, remember, in this whole matter, and he had been convicted and in fact, the most important implication of pleading guilty before in charge as serious as UAPA is that you are liable for maximum term of punishment. So a lot taking place inside the Patiala House Court. We'll have to wait and watch as to what happens.
Ananya, just stay with us. I'm interrupting you there. We are getting some live action which is happening in Mangaluru right now. Sagai is reporting live from Mangaluru. Remember, a Gyanvapi-like controversy has also broken out in Mangaluru, and as you can see, the VHP there that is performing puja. Also, several temple ruins, as Sagai was pointing out, have been found in the Mangaluru mosque. And the live visuals that are coming in right now of the VHP that is performing a puja. So the VHP also making a big claim there of presence of Lord Shiva inside the mosque. And that's the latest what we are learning on the story right now. Remember, security has been tightened around the Mangaluru mosque, and as Sagai was pointing out, section 144 has also been imposed. But in the backdrop of all this, we have VHP's mega claim over the Mangaluru mosque, saying that Lord Shiva has been, the deity has been found inside the mosque. And that's a big claim that's being made by the VHP. So, big claim there by the VHP. We'll go across to Sagai as well, who's reporting live from Mangaluru. But the live visuals that we are getting to you right now at this point in time, the visuals that are coming in show the security as well that's been heightened ahead as the VHP there is performing the puja. Section 144 has been imposed around the area. As Sagai was pointing out, this is a communally sensitive area that we're talking about here, the Mangaluru place. And as you can see, the live visuals of the VHP there performing Aarti in Mangaluru. And so a mosque temple debate has now erupted in Mangaluru after the Gyanvapi controversy. We'll try and go across to Sagai as well, who's reporting live from Mangaluru. And as Sagai was pointing out, the Vishwa Hindu Parishad is carrying out an Ashwa Mangala Prashne today. And that's the visual on your screens as well. So a similar controversy that erupted in Gyanvapi is also being seen in Mangaluru after a temple-like structure was found during the demolition of a mosque in Malali. And Sagai is back with us. Sagai, you're reporting live from Mangaluru. Tell us the latest, what is happening right now.
Where the question was being asked, was this some kind of ritual which was being followed? And you can see here the Swamiji is joining.
Kind of ritual which was being followed, and you can see here the Swamiji is joining here. Sir, what is sir? Let me try to talk to Swamiji. So now we can see that the betel leaves ritual has been completed, which has been called as Tambula Prashne. And while finishing that particular ritual, the Swamiji was telling that probably this Tambula Prashne is not sufficient. They should go ahead with Ashtamangala Prashne to find out the historical evidences of this particular place. Now they feel that this particular Tambula Prashne had given a conclusion. Yes, there was some kind of divine power which was being present at that place. Now, to know more about the historical evidences, they might require a further puja to be completed. That is Ashtamangala Prashne, where there will be a larger section of puja which will be performed by the same Swamijis to find out the historical evidence of a temple at that particular place. You can see the Swamiji who is talking now to the people.
ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಕ್ಷಮೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಧಾನ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಆ ಸಾನ್ನಿಧ್ಯ ಎಬ್ಬಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಈಗ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆದರೂ ಸಹ ಎಬ್ಬಿಸಿ ಆಯಿತು. ಅದರ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸೇರಿ ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಯಾವ ಭೇದ ಭಾವನೆ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗ್ತದೆ.
ಹಿಂದಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ okay. These are the Swamijis who are here who have performed the puja now, and they say that probably Ashtamangala puja will help them to understand more historical evidence on this particular place, which will reveal the truth. But now they feel that Shiva Sannidhyam was there, that is the divine presence of Lord Shiva in that particular place where Madani Jumma Masjid is there.
Well, absolutely. So, Sagai there reporting live from Mangaluru, giving us the latest. Sagai, if you could show us around, show us the puja which is being carried out right now by the VHP leaders.
No, the puja has been completed. Now the Swamijis are addressing the media, briefing about the procedure which was being performed. Let us hear them what they have to say.
ಅದು ನನಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಕಮಿಟಿ ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಕೇಳಬೇಕಾದ ಕ್ವಶ್ಚನ್. ಹಾಂ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಅಷ್ಟಮಂಗಲ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಆಯಿತು. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ಊರಿನವರದ ಊರಿನವರ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಷ್ಟಮಂಗಲ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಚಿಂತನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಚರಿತ್ರ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಅದೇ ಬೋಧನೆ ಮಠದ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಗುರು ಚಿಂತನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಉಂಟು. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸಹಕರಣದ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಯಾವ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇಲ್ಲದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಚೈತನ್ಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಾಡುವುದು ಮಾತ್ರ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವ ಒಂದು ಸಾನ್ನಿಧ್ಯ ನೀಡುವ ಶೈವ ಸಂಪ್ರದಾಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಆರಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡುವ ಒಂದು ಗುರುವಿನ ಪದ್ಧತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದ ಆರಾಧನೆ ಪೂರ್ವಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ. ಆ ಶೈವ ಸಂಪ್ರದಾಯ ಪದ್ಧತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆರಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ ಗುರು ಯಾರು, ಯಾವ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ, ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಹುಡುಕಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆ ಅಷ್ಟಮಂಗಲ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದು. ಅಷ್ಟಮಂಗಲ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದೇ ಅಣ್ಣ ಹೇಳೋದು, ಅಷ್ಟಮಂಗಲ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಮಾಡೋದೇ.
ಸರ್ ಏನೇನು ಸಿಕ್ತು ಸರ್, ಏನ್ ಡಿವೈನ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಶಿವನ ಸಾನ್ನಿಧ್ಯ
ಅದೇ ಶಿವನ ಸಾನ್ನಿಧ್ಯ ಅನ್ನಲ್ಲ, ಶೈವ ಸಂಪ್ರದಾಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಆರಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ ಒಂದು ಗುರುವಿನ ಪದ್ಧತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆದ ಒಂದು ಆರಾಧನಾ ಸಂಕೇತ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಯಾವ ಸಾನ್ನಿಧ್ಯಗಳುಂಟು ಅಂತ ಹುಡುಕಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅಷ್ಟಮಂಗಲ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅಷ್ಟಮಂಗಲ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಚಿಂತನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಯಾವ ಕಾಲಂ, ಯಾವ ಗುರು, ಯಾವ ಸಂಕೇತಂ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಹುಡುಕಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅಷ್ಟಮಂಗಲ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಬೇಕು. അപ്പോൾ ಅಷ್ಟಮಂಗಲ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಅವ್ರು ಯಾವಾಗ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಕೇಳಿ ನೋಡಿ.
ಹಿಸ್ಟಾರಿಕಲ್ ಎವಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತಾ ಸರ್ ಅಷ್ಟಮಂಗಲ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ?
ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅಷ್ಟಮಂಗಲ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ.
So now he feels that they have found out there was a divine power which was present at that particular mosque with Tambula Prashne, and he's saying that probably once they complete the Ashtamangala Prashne, there might be more truth which might be revealed, including historical evidence of which god and goddesses was there at that mosque area.
Well, absolutely. Thank you, Sagai, for giving us all the latest. Well, stay with us. As you were pointing out, that's a big claim also that's been made by the VHP of the presence of Lord Shiva. If you could give us more details on this breaking news update that you got to us of the big claim that's been made by the VHP now.
Not only the VHP, there are also Swamijis and seers who are present. They have got one of the Swamijis from Kerala who is a specialized person in that particular Tambula Prashne Puja, and he has performed the puja. Now he has found out, and there was also indication in the puja that enlightened these people, saying that yes, there is a divine power in that particular mosque area, and this is not sufficient for them to come to a conclusion whether there was a Shiva power or some other god's power. Only after Ashtamangala Prashne, that is one more ritual which will be performed by the same Swamijis for 7 days, and they have to decide the day and date of that, where they will continue that particular puja, and out of once that puja has been completed, they will come to know what really, which god was there, which temple was there, and which mutt that particular temple belongs. So now
हाई कोर्ट में हम आर्कोलॉजिकल डिपार्टमेंट को डायरेक्शन दिलाएंगे, उधर खुदवाई होना चाहिए। सच्चाई बाहर आने के बाद में उधर पे मंदिर में पूजा होगा, बाद में हम कौन सा आंदोलन करना है, संघर्ष करना है, वो भी विश्व हिंदू परिषद बजरंग दल आगे सोचेगा।
अभी तक कुछ ना कुछ सानिध्य है उधर?
सानिध्य तो पक्का है करके मणिकर जी ने बोला।
अभी तक कौन सा मंदिर है वो?
अभी तो प्रश्न चल रहा है जी।
सर आपका पूरा नाम और
रघु सप्लेश्वर बजरंग दल प्रांत शासन में।
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Well, Sagai, if you can still hear us, get us the details. What is the latest that you're learning right now? Because the latest what we are getting to know is that the priest has said that the temple was vandalized when the mosque was built over this alleged temple that's been said to be there.
No, priest did not say they have vandalized. They are saying that yes, there was a divine power at that place. There was a Hindu divine power at that place where the mosque has been built, and now they feel that more rituals will reveal the truth which God was there. Now they feel that there was Shivana Sainidhyam which exists in that particular place, and once they complete Ashtamangala Prashne, they will get the truth behind this.
ಹೌದು, ಭಜನೆ ಈಗ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತವಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವುಗಳು ಭಜನೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಆ ಭಜನೆಯ ಗುಣಗಳಿಂದಲೂ ಸಾನ್ನಿಧ್ಯ ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಚೈತನ್ಯಯುತವಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ದೀಪ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಶುರುವಾಗಿದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅದೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ ಬೆಳಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ व्यवस्था
स्वामी जी, आपने जो भी आपने जो भी पूजा किया था उसके बारे में आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं? क्या है आउटकम, क्या है?
नहीं, अभी हमको पता हुआ भगवान का सानिध्य है. जो सानिध्य है बोल के हमके पता हुआ, पता होने का बाद हम सोचने का इरादा नहीं. अभी आगे हम क्या क्या करने का वो विचार का बारे में आगे भी हम उसका विचार.
क्या डिवाइन पावर दिखाई दिया सर इस रिचुअल में आपको?
इसमें हमको प्रभु भोलेनाथ का सानिध्य भी दिखाया, और हमारा माँ शक्ति देवता बोलेगा तो दुर्गा माँ का सानिध्य भी दिखाया, और हमारा ज्योतिषी का बड़ा देवता स्कंद मीन्स सुब्रमण्य उसका सानिध्य भी हमको दिखाया भगवान ने.
अगले इसके बाद अभी क्या करने वाले सर? आपको क्या अष्टमंगला से क्या मिलेगा?
अष्टमंगल में पूर्ण सानिध्य जो व्यवस्था में है वो हमको पता होता है. अभी ये तांबूल प्रश्न मीन्स जो ऊपर सोच के हम बोलते हैं उतना ही है. ये हमको इतना होने का था, उधर सानिध्य है या नहीं, हमारा पूर्वजों ने उधर पूजा किया या नहीं, ये हमको पता हुआ. हमारा पूर्वजों ने उधर किया, हमको सानिध्य है, भगवान हमको दिखाया. जो बोलता है भगवान जल्दी से जल्दी मेरे को सानिध्य करो बोल के भगवान बोलता है.
और अष्टमंगला में वो कौन सा भगवान?
ಏನು
सार्वभौम वादिराज गुरु सार्वभौम जी ने ये जगह में चल के उसका तपस्या किया था. उसका बारे में भी हमको उसमें दिखाया, उसका मत भी है. Shukriya.
This is one of the Swamijis who performed the puja where they believe that there was some kind of science which has revealed in this particular puja where there is a divine presence of it, and probably in Ashtamangala puja they will get to know more truth about it.
Myself there, we are told that it's the Bajrang Dal that has claimed that the temple was vandalized, and also going on to add that the invaders have illegally occupied the mosque. So that's a claim that's been made by the Bajrang Dal, saying that the temple was vandalized in this particular place.
Hello.
Well, Sagai, if you can hear us, if you could give us some details of the claims that are now being made by the Bajrang Dal, because now we are told it's the Bajrang Dal that has claimed that the temple was vandalized. And more breaking news coming in. This one from J&K, where the protests are being carried out by the Kashmiri Pandits. They are staging a sit-in protest in Jammu. The protesters are demanding safe return of the Kashmiri Pandits from the valley, also seeking compensation for the family of Rahul Bhatt. We have Gursimran reporting live from Jammu. Gursimran, tell us what is the latest situation, because these protests continue by the Kashmiri Pandits who are demanding justice, saying that the Pandits should be taken from the valley, should be demanding the safe return of Kashmiris from the valley.
Make sure the Kashmiri Pandits are
The Kashmiri Pandits are holding protest here in Jammu. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals that the Kashmiri Pandit activists and the representatives have gathered here in Jammu, staging protest against the Pakistani terrorists that have totally posed a serious threat to the Kashmiri Pandits, and they are also seeking the safe return of the Kashmiri Pandits back to Jammu till the situation improves in Valley. I have Kashmiri Pandit activist will try to speak to them. Sir, kya maang karte hain? What is your demand?
Our demand is very simple. We want our package employees who are in cage. PM को काट के उसको हम कैश बनाया गया है, उनकी सिक्योरिटी सेफ्टी के लिए हम आज उनको पूरा ताउन दे रहे हैं और गवर्नर सरकार से यही इल्तिजा करते हैं कि उनकी मांगे जल्द से जल्द पूरी हो।
सेफ रिटर्न की मांग आप लोग कर रहे हैं? सेफ रिटर्न की मांग कर रहे हैं आप लोग?
हम सेफ रिलोकेशन की मांग कर रहे हैं और सिक्योरिटी की मांग कर रहे हैं और इस किलिंग को बंद करने की मांग कर रहे हैं।
So the killing should stop. This is what they are demanding, and they are asking the government, आखिर कब तक, till when this will go on? We have some more activists with us. Sir, you are asking कि आखिर कब तक, क्या चाहते हैं?
सर, हम अब इंसाफ चाहते हैं। कश्मीरी पंडित एक पीस लविंग समुदाय है, लेकिन आज हमारा जो पानी है वो सर से ऊपर हो चुका है। हमेशा हमारे को ये बलि का बकरा बनाया जा रहा है, हमें यूज़ किया जा रहा है। जो पीएम पैकेज थी जो था सो था, लेकिन एक आदमी को वहाँ पर भेजे गए, ना उसकी लाइफ की सिक्योरिटी है, ना कुछ अपने बाल बच्चों के साथ अभी कैंपों में बैठे, ना उनको रहने की सुविधा दी गई है। तो हमारी यही डिमांड है कि जो ये कत्लो गारत हो रही है चुन चुन के कश्मीरी पंडित को ऑन ड्यूटी, इट इज़ नॉट अ जोक, ऑन ड्यूटी एक बहुत बड़े अच्छे दफ्तर में जहाँ पर।
So they are saying that this killing of Kashmiri Pandit minority.
And more breaking news coming in. TMC leader Partha Chatterjee has appeared before the CBI. The live visuals we are getting to you of the TMC Neta who has appeared before the CBI. He will be quizzed by the CBI very shortly. And the live visuals we are getting to you of Partha Chatterjee, the TMC Neta who is now at the TMC office. So this is the latest what we are learning. We'll go across to our reporters as well to get us more information. But as of now, the latest being the TMC Neta who has reached the CBI office to be quizzed in relation to a case. Remember, this comes after TMC, another Neta, Anubrata Mandal, failed to appear before the CBI in connection with the post-poll violence matter. We have Mayuk joining us on the phone line for more information. Mayuk, if you could give us more details of TMC leader who's now at the CBI office and give us the details of in which case as to which he's been summoned by the CBI.
Well, as you know, that former Education Minister of Bengal, Partha Chatterjee, was earlier summoned in the education scam in Bengal. That's the SSC scam, School Service Commission scam, related to recruitment of over 1,000 and more students from across Bengal who were seeking jobs. But then it has come to notice that a large amount of corruption that because of certain influential people. Now, who all are these influential people? That's what CBI is probing. CBI had earlier summoned Partha Chatterjee and also Paresh Adhikari, the erstwhile MOS of Education Ministry. And right now, Partha Chatterjee has again been summoned, and he was asked to be at Nizam Palace at the CBI headquarters in Kolkata. To be at 11 a.m. and we are seeing visuals that Partha Chatterjee has already arrived. Last time, 8 hours. He had been summoned for 8 hours. He had been questioned for 8 hours. We have to see right now what are the things that CBI wants to know more regarding this case, because thrice the MOS Education Minister Paresh Adhikari had been summoned. So right now Partha Chatterjee has entered and he has refused to talk and he has not given any reaction. But we are awaiting his response because he is yet to respond on this case for the very first time.
Well, absolutely, Mayuk. And if you could give us more details of this SSC recruitment of the probe into this case so far, just a brief timeline.
School Service Commission scam that happened in Bengal, it happened from 2016 actually, and from 2016 after Mamata Banerjee government came to power, there was a huge scale anomalies and corruption regarding the recruitment of teachers, the primary teachers and school teachers in Bengal, and this scam has been from North Bengal to South Bengal. It is from more than 12 districts in Bengal. So Pastor Chatterjee, who was the erstwhile education minister, he was in charge of the entire recruitment process, and he had constituted a special committee of 5 members. A special committee was formed, and they were in charge. They were empowered with the recruitment process. It has come to limelight that Paresh Adhikari, the then education MOS, the Minister of State, had allotted a seat to her daughter only, who was not in the merit list, and this entire thing blew up, and then state police came into action, and then CBI was handed over the case by the Honorable High Court in Kolkata.
All right. Thank you so much, Mayuk, for giving us all those details. A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest on the Gyanvapi case, as the Gyanvapi complex videography and photography of the survey report will be given to both the sides. Also, Mangaluru after Gyanvapi now, after VHP's Ashwamangala Prashne Puja, VHP makes mega claims of Lord Shiva presence in the mosque.
Barricades come in, we are just going to move few more steps. Delhi police officials coming here, more and more officials arriving on the spot. This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital. नरेंद्र मोदी खुद पहुंचे, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री स्टेज पे डोनाल्ड ट्रंप को नीचे लाने के लिए। जो बॉन होमी है, ये दोनों के बीच में दिख रही है। हम इस समय अंदर गलियों की तरफ अब हम जा रहे हैं। CISF की कंपनी के साथ दिल्ली पुलिस के वरिष्ठ अधिकारी यहाँ पर लोगों को समझा रहे हैं। Just showing you the cavalcade of the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath on the tarmac of the Amosi Airport live. आप देख रहे हैं Rapid Action Force has taken a complete command of the situation. More forces are being moved in. Delhi police officials are present here. We are live.
Big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics. This mass graveyard in Bucha bears testimony to the brutal acts of the Russian troops. Republic TV did a week-long investigation into the operations of the Khalistani movement here in Britain.
Blatant violations that were carried out just a day before the fire. Did they really not feel the importance to inform the BMC?
Republic Media Network's SIT decided to expose the dirty nexus between politics and a murky Ponzi scheme.
News in brief, the US measures lifted this month in addition to relaxing limits on transfers, call for resuming the processing of visas for Cubans in Havana, as well as also a family reunification program to let some people on the island join relatives in the US. The measures that President Biden have taken show a non-negligible impact in the country, but slowly things are improving for the Cubans. A top advisor to South Korean president said that North Koreans did not respond to Seoul's proposal to send COVID vaccines to the country. Speaking on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Na Kyun-yeon said that South Korea had also offered other medicines to its neighbor, but added that Seoul was still missing for an answer on the proposal. WHO Director General Tedros has been reappointed for a second 5-year term by the UN Health Agency's member countries. No other candidate challenged Tedros for the post amid the ongoing difficulties of responding to the devastating COVID pandemic. Pakistan's stooge and terror convict Yasin Malik, charged under the UAPA, will be sentenced today. China there, flown its jets at the Quad venue. The Defense Minister of Japan said that the move by Russia and China was likely a provocation.
The Chinese getting jittery. They have called Quad the Asian NATO, indulging in this provocative act. Are the Chinese really taking on the Americans? Behind me is the Eisenhower building next to the White House, where the meeting took place between Prime Minister Modi and Vice President Kamala Harris. ये खालिस्तान प्रोटेस्ट जो है, गुलाम नबी फाई यहाँ पे मौजूद है और हमने इनको एक्सपोज कर दिया है. Situation under control in Jahangirpur area. Prompt police action really averted a situation which could have gone out of hand. This is the biggest stadium in the world. For President Trump, this is going to be the biggest political event.
Gyanvapi Complex's videography and photography of the survey report to be given to both Hindu and Muslim sides today. Big Gyanvapi hearing in Varanasi, even as fresh plea is filed in the Supreme Court. BJP leader hacked to death in Chennai by 3 unidentified assailants. Family of slain BJP leader in Chennai refuses to back down, demands all-out probe and justice. Mangaluru after Gyanvapi, after VHP's Ashtamangala Prashne Puja, VHP makes mega claims of Lord Shiva's presence at the mosque. Pakistani stooge and terror convict Yasin Malik, charged under UAPA, is likely to be sentenced today. Karti Chidambaram to appear before the CBI in the Chinese visa scam case. And senior leader Yashwant Jadhav in FEMA case summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. Death toll in Texas school shooting in the United States rises to 23. 18-year-old shooter shot dead. We start off with the latest updates on Yasin Malik's quantum of sentence pronouncement, which is likely today by the NIA court in New Delhi. As you can see in those visuals that we're bringing you from the court premises, heavy police deployment both inside the court premises as well as outside. Ananya, our correspondent, joining us with the latest. Ananya, we can see heavy police deployment there for the high security, considering, well, clearly, he's a high-security prisoner. Yasin Malik, quantum of sentence pronouncement likely today. Ananya, if you can hear me, give us a sense of the atmosphere there. the heavy police deployment, paramilitary forces, police personnel as well. We can see visuals as well as heavy security vans outside the court premises as well. When is the hearing likely to begin?
Heavy police deployment at the spot. Well, the hearing is likely to begin at around 11:15 a.m. And what we are hearing is that by 11:30, Mr. Yasin Malik would be produced before Special NIA Judge Praveen Singh. And in fact, remember that he had pleaded guilty into this whole case. And when the court had been informed after Mr. Yasin Malik had in fact pleaded guilty, the court had framed charges, and very, very important observations had come in. The court had noted that prima facie there existed a criminal conspiracy pursuant to which a large-scale protest resulting into violence and arson at a massive scale were orchestrated in Jammu and Kashmir. And in fact also noted that the object of this whole secession, of this whole protest was to a secession of the JNK from the Union of India by overriding the government. In fact, the object of the conspiracy was also to overawe the government by the sheer scale of violence, and was nothing less than a plan of insurrection. So in fact, prima facie the protests were violent, and despite large-scale violence engulfing in the valley, the conspirators, including Mr. Yasin Malik, pressed with these protests. In fact, the court noted that prima facie they were not following the Gandhian path, but their plan was straight from the playbook of likes of Hitler and the march of the brown shirts. In fact, very, very important observations had been made by the court while it was framing charges against Yasin Malik. So basically, he's been booked under various sections of the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, that is the UAPA, and also various other sections of the Indian Penal Code and the Terrorist Act as well. So clearly a very, very important quantum of sentence. Yasin Malik, somebody who is in fact said to be one of the major masterminds before the terror plots in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. And in fact, there were also statements that it was Yasin Malik who had received money, and the said money was transferred through Zahur Ahmad Shah Watali to proscribed UN terrorist, in fact, Hafiz Saeed. So a lot substance into the case, a lot allegations against Yasin Malik and others into this whole case. And we'll have to wait today as to what the court would say when it would be hearing this whole matter, and the quantum of sentence would be decided by Special NIA Judge Praveen Singh. It had also called for a social status report. Basically, a social status report indicates as to what is the social status of a person, and what is he actually doing in terms of family and financial status, and upon which it decides the sentence. It notes whether how many dependents he has, how many people are dependent on him for livelihood. So the court considers all these aspects before granting the quantum of sentence, and hence a report had been called from the National Investigation Agency with regards to the same, and the same would be submitted before the court today, and we'll have to wait and watch as to what happens next into this whole case. Studios.
Well, Ananya, when we talk about the charges that Yasin Malik has pleaded guilty to, they are pretty tough and grim charges that he has been charged with. Well, right now, Ananya, stay with us. You keep your eyes on that story as we move on to another breaking story. A chorus in Andhra, BJP protesting over the renaming of Jinnah Tower. BJP protests there, and we can see visuals of police personnel, even as a person seems to be lying on a stretcher on the ground. BJP protesting renaming of Jinnah Tower, and these are visuals we are getting you from Andhra Pradesh. The details as yet are still quite sketchy. They are demanding that the Jinnah Tower should be renamed. And we're trying to get in touch with our reporter there, Anila. Even as we can see police surrounding Aneri. Aneri, if you can hear me. The BJP in Andhra Pradesh demanding the renaming of Jinnah Tower. Police now rounding up BJP activists as they stage a protest demanding the renaming of the tower there. The tower is named Jinnah Tower, and they are demanding that the name be changed These are visuals we are getting you from Andhra Pradesh. Breaking news coming in now of police action against BJP activists in Andhra Pradesh as they demand in a protest the renaming of Jinnah Tower. Aneri, if you can hear me, we are getting visuals of BJP workers being rounded up there. What is this issue that they are holding protests over? We believe it's about the renaming of a tower. Aneri. Well, so BJP workers, BJP activists, they're rounded up by the police in Andhra Pradesh over their protests to rename a tower known as Jinnah Tower. They're demanding that the tower be renamed, and these are visuals from Guntur. And we move on. Story of the time. Moving on to the top story at this hour from Mangaluru. The VHP making mega claims at the mosque in Mangaluru in Malali, where they're holding a special ritual to determine whether a special ritual of the area there, a local ritual, which they say will show them whether there is a divine power in the area, where Meanwhile, prohibitory orders have been put in place in surrounding areas. Sagai Raj, our correspondent, with the latest. Sagai Raj, what's happening at the mosque site now? The VHP performing Tambula Puja earlier and saying that there are divine powers, there is a divine presence around the area.
The puja was completed near Sri Ramananjaneya temple, which is around 1 kilometer away from the controversial mosque. And now, after the puja, they have found out that yes, there was some kind of divine power presence in that particular area. And once they complete Ashtamangala puja, there might be more historical evidence and more concrete evidence to prove yes, there was this particular god existing. When we spoke to Gopalakrishna Panikar, one of the chief priests who have performed this Tambula Puja, he went out to say that Tambula Prashne is just a basic Prashne where they will figure out about the Hindu divine presence. And while performing that, they have found out, yes, there is a Shiva Naidiyam at that particular place. And probably once they complete Ashtamangala, they will be able to figure out whether it was Shiva Naidiyam or Vaishnava, that is Shiva or Vaishnava god, which was present at that place where now you have Madani Jumma Masjid in Malali area in Mangaluru.
Right. So what happens next? Is there, even as we are looking at and covering the Gyan Vapi issue, does this seem to be emerging and moving forward on the same lines?
More or less, it seemed to be something which is on the same line of Gyan Vapi, because when we spoke to the MLA as well as the VHP activists, they are claiming that there should be some kind of competent authority which should go ahead and do some kind of survey. Remember, there is a stay order on renovation of that particular mosque. Remember, the entire controversy broke out when that particular mosque was under renovation, and they had found out that a few structures, pillars and something which is connected with Hindus were found out during that point of time. And immediately the right-wing organization had approached the court and took a stay order on renovation, and now it is on hold, and probably in the days to come we will get to know what will be the next plan of action, because they feel that Ashtamangala was there. Sir, now we have found out that there will be next puja, sir. How is the law and order situation in the city, sir? Yes.
No, nothing. It is a small village of about 300 houses, and people of this area, irrespective of their religious background, so they are in good books with each other. And as a matter of routine religious procedure, which is largely followed in this area, today the Hindu organizations, they have held one ritual called Tambula Prashne. So they have got to know a few things, and over that they will talk to the religious experts, and they have told that they will take necessary next course of action.
Sir, there is 144 section has been imposed. Till what time it will be continuing?
Since yesterday night 8 o'clock till tomorrow morning 8 o'clock, we have imposed 144 in Malali village, approximately 500 meters from the place on which the contest is going on in the court.
No law and order situation in the...
No, nothing. Absolutely, all local people and both the religious communities also, they have completely confirmed that they will follow whatever procedure and legal course on the one side, and religious rituals they are taking up as a part of their belief system. So both of them have confirmed and agreed that they wouldn't get into any act which can break the law.
This is Police Commissioner from Mangalore, Shashi Kumar, who says that law and order situation is under control. There is 144 section which has been imposed across the city, and there are no untoward incidents. Everything is peaceful as of now.
Well, everything peaceful as of now. Situation in control in Mangaluru. Let's listen in to some of the reactions coming in. We are talking about the Gyanvapi-like row which has erupted in Mangaluru over the Malali Mosque, where VHP is performing the Tambula Puja and earlier claiming that there was a divine presence in the area.
अष्टमंगला प्रश्न होता है, वो क्या होता है?
अष्टमंगल प्रश्न बोलेगा तो हमारा ज्योतिष्य में 8 तरीका का चिंतन है। 8 तरीका मीन्स एक स्वर्ण प्रश्न है, वो स्वर्ण को लेके हम अक्षता डाल के गंध और अरसी गंध कुंकुमा सब उसमें डाल के, एक कन्या मीन्स एक लेडी वो शुद्धि में रहना चाहिए 10 बरस का अंदर का कन्या को हम लेके उसको हम बोल के उसका मन में क्या इरादा रहता है, वो इरादा में वो एक कोना में वो लड़की रखता है।
लीगली कितना ये स्टैंड होगा, ये पूजा आपको कैसे हेल्प करेगा?
अभी हमारा इरादा में जो सानिध्य हाई बोल के हमने चिंतन करना पड़ेगा, तो उसमें क्या सानिध्य है, शिव जी का है और हमारा बसदी पहले से इधर जैन संस्थापन का ये इरादा था, उसका बारे में भी वो क्या है बोल के हम सोच के बाद में हम कानून का इरादे में हम जाना पड़ता है।
कुछ डॉक्यूमेंट्स है आपके पास इसके बारे में?
जरूरी है, हम उसका सब कुछ लेके आया था, हमारा पास है, आगे हम न्यायालय को हम दावा करना चाहिए।
And well, now going across to our correspondent Zeenat to get all the latest on the killing of the Jammu and Kashmir policeman who died after terrorists shot him and his little daughter, his 7-year-old daughter, who is in a critical condition. Zeenat, our correspondent, joining us now. Well, those are visuals
as far as
there.
The killing of Cop Saifullah Qadri is concerned, he lost his life in a terror attack yesterday in the Ganai Mohalla Achar of Saura, Srinagar, but he was accompanied by the daughter when the terrorist attacked him. Now the daughter is admitted here at the JVC, which is a sister concern hospital of Skims Tertiary Care Hospital. My VJ Firdaus is showing you the visuals of that very area where the daughter is admitted. She has received the wrist injuries because she too was shot at, and also she has suffered a fracture in her right arm. We are being told here at the hospital that the daughter's condition is stable. The family members and the doctors are monitoring the situation, and meanwhile we are also seeing the way the terrorists are trying to target the policemen, particularly who are usually come home after getting the leave from the department. This is not the first incident. We are seeing it. Terrorists targeted one of the policemen when he was on his way to his office in Aiva Bridge. He too was shot dead by the terrorists on 13th of May. And in South Kashmir also we witnessed a terror attack where a policeman was waiting for the school bus of his kid when he was shot dead. So these kind of incidents are coming up in a big way. But we are also hearing from the Kashmir police chief saying that they have identified the terrorists behind yesterday's killing. As per the police sources, that the two terrorists were involved, although TRF has claimed their responsibility, but police has not as of now revealed the actual names of the terrorists behind the attack. But as of now, what I'm picking from the sources, that after yesterday's incident, some 40 youngsters from the Achar Soura have been picked up for questioning by the Jammu and Kashmir police.
Well, so the police hard on the heels of the terrorists who are responsible for the killing. Meanwhile, what is the kind of impact that this killing has had? Because it must be a huge shock, another shock for people in the valley. The targeting of a police officer and his little daughter. The sentiment there, Zeenath, we'd like to know.
See, as far as everybody has condemned this kind of attack, whether it was the political parties, the locals and all. If we heard yesterday, police chief, he also said that the terrorists have crossed all kind of limits and they are going after them whoso have carried out this kind of gruesome attack. They will be neutralized soon. So IGP Kashmir has given a clear warning to all those terrorists who are trying to indulge in these kind of attacks, that they will not be spared, and whosoever has carried this attack will be neutralized soon, because this is a complete inhuman act that was carried by them yesterday in Achar of Soura, because the cop was accompanied by the daughter who is just a third grade student, and she too has suffered injuries in the attack. We are seeing the condemnation pouring in from all corners as far as yesterday's attack is concerned. The terrorists are trying their best to show their presence, but we are also seeing the anti-terror operation launched by Jammu and Kashmir police now in North Kashmir's Creedy, where the two terrorists are trapped.
Right. Well, so the father shot dead while the young girl continued to battle for her life. Now news is that her condition is stable. Meanwhile, policemen too, there's been widespread condemnation of this particular killing by terrorists. Zeenath, you were also telling us that the police have some leads and that they have identified the terrorists. Has there been any claim by any particular terror outfit regarding this brutal killing?
See, as yesterday we already carried the story that it is the TRF behind the killing of a policeman Saifullah Qadri, who was posted in the special unit of Jammu and Kashmir police. TRF has claimed the responsibility, but if we go with the official version, they have not disclosed the name of the terrorist who carried this, but have said that the two terrorists, the pistol-borne terrorists, have carried this killing. So we are seeing that the yesterday night almost some 40 people, 40 youngsters were picked up by Jammu and Kashmir police in relation to this very case, the Soura terror case, where they are being questioned. So multiple raids were carried by the police all through the night. They were they picked up many youngsters in order to know more leads as far as this terror of Soura terror case is concerned. 40 youngsters have been picked up since Saifullah Qadri was shot dead by the terrorist.
Zeenath, we'll be coming back to you very soon. Meanwhile, let's listen in to some reactions that have come in to the killing of Saifullah Qadri and his and his daughter being shot at. The daughter, we believe, is stable now in hospital. Let's.
आज हम लोग यहाँ पर अपने शहीद साथी सैफुल्लाह की शहादत के लिए आए हैं। यहाँ पर रेतलिंग सेरेमनी था और इस जो बर्बर हत्या करने में जो टेररिस्ट इन्वॉल्व है उसको हम लोग आइडेंटिफाई बहुत जल्दी कर लेंगे और न्यूट्रलाइज करेंगे। सबसे बड़ी बात है कि आज टेररिस्ट ने मानवता के सारे हद को पार कर दिया। उस छोटी सी बच्ची जो 9 साल की थी उसको नहीं छोड़ा, उसको भी फायर किया, वो भी जख्मी हो बेचारी, अभी हॉस्पिटल में है, स्टेबल है, ठीक है। और मैं अपने पुलिस के सारे जवानों से को आश्वासन देता हूँ जो भी टेररिस्ट इन्वॉल्व है उसको बहुत जल्दी न्यूट्रलाइज कर देंगे।
तो इस तरह का इंसिडेंट शहर श्रीनगर में होना किस तरह आप देख रहे हैं, क्योंकि ये घर जा रहा था?
बिल्कुल, हम सब देख रहे हैं पिछले कई साल से, पुलिस वाला हो, सीआरपीएफ जवान हो या आर्मी के जवान हो, जब छुट्टी पर जाते हैं तो अनआर्म होते हैं, उसके पास कोई हथियार नहीं होता है, उस अनआर्म पर ये लोग अटैक करते हैं। ये लोग इसको हम लोग भी मुँह तो जवाब देते रहे, आए हैं और आगे भी देंगे।
वो जो बच्ची है उसकी मतलब उस पर भी फायर हुआ था अभी
उस पर भी फाइट किया है, वो जख्मी है, अभी हॉस्पिटल में है।
सर ये दूसरा इंसिडेंट है कि फैमिली पे अटैक हो रहा है। इससे पहले भी एक बच्ची पे अटैक हुआ था, पुलिस वाले की शहादत हुई, तो आज भी वैसा ही इंसिडेंट।
पूरी सोसाइटी कश्मीर सोसाइटी एज ए होल सोसाइटी को इसका क्रिटिसाइज करना चाहिए, इसको करना चाहिए, हम सब क्रिटिसाइज करना चाहिए। और टेररिस्ट की फैमिली को भी समझना पड़ेगा कि उनकी फैमिली को भी आगे आके टेररिस्ट के खिलाफ बोलना चाहिए।
थैंक यू सर।
सेंट्रल कश्मीर में जिस प्रकार से आज काप जो सैफुल्ला खान उसकी हत्या कर दी गई है, उसकी बेटी को इंजर्ड किया गया है, दुख का विषय है। हालांकि मिलिटेंसी लगातार समाप्त होते होने पर है, लेकिन इक्का दुक्का इस प्रकार की घटनाएं निश्चय ही चिंता को बढ़ाती हैं। परिवार के प्रति संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूं। लोगों को भी और खास करके पुलिसकर्मियों को अलर्ट रहने की जरूरत है, क्योंकि दुश्मन कहाँ बैठा है, किस रूप में बैठा है, ये आज पता नहीं लगता। और बड़े हथियारों से, छोटे हथियारों से भी वार करते हैं। कुल मिलाकर के जो हुआ अच्छा नहीं हुआ। सुरक्षा कर्मियों ने इलाका घेरा है और जल्द मार गिराया जाएगा।
देखिए, टारगेटेड अटैक आज भी हुआ। सैफुल्ला कादरी नाम के एक पुलिस मैन और उसकी बेटी को गंभीर रूप से सोरा एरिया श्रीनगर में ज़िले में जख्मी किया गया है। ये भी एक टारगेटेड और सिलेक्टिव अटैक था, लेकिन इस 1-1.5 साल 2 साल और अब कुछ अर्से से लगातार किलिंग्स हो रही हैं। ये बहुत ही गंभीर चिंता का बात है। और दूसरी तरफ से केंद्र सरकार
Saifullah Qadri, the police officer killed by terrorists of the TRF. Our correspondent Zenat on the story. IGP Kashmir has vowed to avenge the killing. And you just saw how the police there are outraged over the killing of Saifullah, and his little daughter, 7 years old, was also shot at.
Organization has gone to the court. They've got a stay on the demolition. When the demolition was taking place, it was done by the committee members of the mosque. It was not done by BJP or somebody else. They have done the demolition. Suddenly a temple-like structure comes across. Obviously people will get agitated, but still I'm thankful that no one went beyond and did something untoward incident when not there. Totally there were peace and no issues in this area. Now suddenly after 2 months the process is going on, it's still in the court. The locals, there is a process of doing Tambula Prashne and Ashtamangala Prashne is a part of the whole astrological process of building a new temple. So it's going on. Now suddenly DK Shikumarji and STPI people, everyone has started jumping and saying that it's a political issue. It is a social issue. It's not a political issue. It's about finding out the truth. Whatever the truth is, let the competent authorities come out with the answer. But don't give, I ask all the political leaders not to make, unhealthy statements.
My last question is, you have seen Gyanvapi issue.
Yeah.
Do you want a similar kind of survey to be done in this particular place to reveal the truth about this claims
I would prefer a competent authority to do a survey so that you'll know what is what. I need to know the truth. We need to know the truth. That's all. We deserve to know the truth. Because this history says Tipu Sultan had come here, Hyderabad had come here in this area.
But do you have relevant documents to prove the claims?
Yes, they have come here. That claim is there. But whether they have destroyed it or not, that is to be surveyed. There are some temples where Tipu Sultan's mark of his sword were hit on the temple. It is still preserved. It is still preserved. So that as a remembrance for such a thing has happened. So we need to look into all these angles and see what has happened. There are some documents talking about presence of temples in that area and all. One Portuguese person has written about that. Some historical references are also there. But whatever,
Sakiraj on that story in Mangaluru. Meanwhile, coming up in a short while, Pakistani stooge and terror convict Yasin Malik, brought to Patiala court, charged under the UAPA, is likely to be sentenced today.
Hot
put the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera, sir? Hanging of the rapist has been confirmed. Court has said all the evidence had already been seen at the trial court, at the high court and the top court of the country. They're not going to go into it again. Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015? Do you not think the decorum of the court and the dignity needed to be maintained with the kind of language you use? Republic TV gets you the first words from Khabar Qureshi.
China there, flown its jets at the Quad venue. The Defense Minister of Japan said that the move by Russia and China was likely a provocation.
The Chinese getting jittery. They have caught.
So breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. In a chance encounter, 3 Pakistani terrorists killed. 1 J&K police personnel also losing his life, attaining martyrdom in the chance encounter. So breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, incriminating materials including arms and ammunition recovered. Further details are awaited. We go back once again to Zenith, who was covering that story. Zenith, breaking news coming in of the death of 3 terrorists, 3 Pakistani terrorists.
Oh yes, Pakistani terrorists have been neutralized by Jammu and Kashmir police in an operation in Creedy, Baramulla. That all 3 are Pakistani terrorists, and this has also been confirmed by the IGP Kashmir, Vijay Kumar, that 3 Pakistani terrorists have been gunned down in this operation, although J&K police had to suffer loss of 1 police person. But it is a big success because the operation was carried in a very swift manner, and we are seeing that the 3 dead bodies along with arms and ammunition too have been recovered from the encounter side. Although operation has not been closed, the search operation still continues at the spot.
Right, search operations are continuing. We also believe that 1 policeman is also among those who have been killed in the encounter. We also believe that it is a chance encounter.
Yes, it was a chance encounter, though there were the leads coming that the terrorists are in the area, the presence of terrorists was felt. Accordingly, the very meticulously Jammu and Kashmir police carried the CASO, the coordinated search operation, and in between the firefight was established because some warning shots were fired by Jammu and Kashmir police that were retaliation had come from the terrorists. And as of now, we are picking that the 3 terrorists have been gunned down. The Pakistani terrorists neutralized in Baramulla operation, confirmed by IGP Kashmir, along with 1 police personnel who lost his life, attained martyrdom in this operation. As of now, the search operation continues in Creedy, Patan of Baramulla, North Kashmir.
Right, you were telling us about this. You were telling us about this chance encounter earlier, Zenith. Even as we were talking about, well, there's a tweet here that's coming in from the Jammu and Kashmir police informing about the 3 Pakistani terrorists who have been killed. 1 JKP personnel also attained martyrdom, says the tweet, in the chance encounter. And coming up on the other side, more details emerge in the Gyanvapi case. The survey proof to be given today. Also coming up on the other side, BJP leader Balachandran of the SC/ST wing of the BJP in Chennai hacked to death.
मुबारक हो, बाप हुआ है, नाम है N, Scorpio N. The big daddy of SUVs is here.
औरंगजेब की वजह से पेट्रोल की कीमत में इजाफा हो गया, अकबर की वजह से कीमतें बढ़ गईं और शाहजहां की वजह से नौजवान बेरोजगार। प्रधानमंत्री जिम्मेदारी नहीं है इसकी, मुगल जिम्मेदार।
The Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He, of course, will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies. And that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop it.
Top headlines at 11:30. Gyanvapi complex videography and photography of the survey report to be given to both sides. Big Gyanvapi hearing in Varanasi even as fresh plea filed in the Supreme Court. BJP leader hacked to death in Chennai by 3 assailants. Family of slain BJP leader in Chennai refuses to back down, demands all-out probe and justice. Mangaluru after Gyanvapi, after VHP's Ashwamangala Prashne Puja, VHP makes mega claim of Lord Shiva presence at the mosque. Park stooge and terror convict Yasin Malik charged under the UAPA to be sentenced very shortly. Karti Chidambaram likely to appear before the CBI in the Chinese visa scam gate. ED summons Shiv Sena senior leader Yashwant Jadhav in FEMA case. Death toll in Texas school shooting in the US rises to 23. 18-year-old shooter also shot dead. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. You're watching Republic and getting you the big story. This one coming in from Mangaluru. Amid the ongoing row over the Gyanvapi survey, a similar controversy has now exploded in Mangaluru after a temple-like structure was found during the demolition of a mosque in Malali. The VHP also a short while back performed a puja in the area. Remember, Section 144 has been imposed around Mangaluru, and we have Sagai Raj as well reporting live from Mangaluru. Straight away going across to Sagai for the latest. Sagai, what is the latest you can tell us, because that's a mega claim that we are told by the VHP on Lord Shiva presence in the mosque.
So the claim is quite simple, that now the VHP is demanding that the mosque committee should come forward and try to solve this problem amicably. We are joined with Sharam Pampella, the instrumental person behind this particular puja which has been organized. He is Secretary of Vishwa Hindu Parishad. Thank you so much for talking to Republic TV, sir. Sir, आज ये जो outcome है तांबुला प्रश्न से, उससे आप खुश है क्या?
डेफिनेटली, क्योंकि मैंने उस दिन गया था
कौन अभी वो अप्रैल 20 को वो जगह में गया था। वो जगह देखने के टाइम में हमको मेरा मन में आया था, मेरा साथ 10-15 हिंदू लोग भी उधर आया था वो मस्जिद के। वो मंदिर को देखने के बाद उधर पता चला था उसी टाइम में उसका स्ट्रक्चर, उसका रचना और उसका चित्र और उसका महाद्वार, वो हिंदू प्राचीन हिंदू मंदिर उसी दिन में मन में आया था।
लेकिन आपने ये जो रिचुअल खत्म किया था, यहाँ पे आपको साइंस मिला है कि वो डिवाइन पावर था, मगर लीगली कितना कॉम्पिटेंट होगा सर ये आपका पूजा? लीगली कैसे हेल्प करेगा आपको?
देख लीजिए आज हमारा तांबूला प्रश्न में क्या क्या आ गया। उधर देवता सानिध्य भी था और शिव का भी आराधन मंदिर था, इसलिए हमारा ये तांबूला प्रश्न में आ गया। इसलिए मैं हमारा विश्वास है कोर्ट को, क्योंकि कुछ साल पहले एक हमारा केरल का तिरुवनंतपुरम का अनंत पद्मनाभ मंदिर का एक जजमेंट आया था। उस दिन सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने आदेश दिया था, वो अनंत पद्मनाभ का मंदिर का 7वां द्वार खोलने के लिए आदेश दिया था। लेकिन अनंत पद्मनाभ का मंदिर का कमेटी वाला वो नहीं खोला है द्वार, क्योंकि उसमें अष्टमंगल प्रश्न उधर रखा था कौन सा वो मंदिर में, उसमें स्पष्ट आया था वो 7वां द्वार नहीं खोलने का। उसी ने लेकर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उसको माना था। हमारा हिंदुओं का 52 अष्टमंगल प्रश्न में क्या क्या आया था उसने सुप्रीम कोर्ट भी माना था। इसलिए हमको
अभी आपके पास कुछ डॉक्यूमेंट एविडेंसेस है सर इसके साथ?
हाँ, हम डॉक्यूमेंट्स कलेक्ट कर रहे हैं। वो कितना साल से उसने उधर मस्जिद बनाया और इसका जगह का कौन का पास था उसका जगह, वो सभी हम कलेक्ट करेंगे। हमको विश्वास है कानून भी हमारा क्या हम मान रहे हैं वो हमको मिलेगा। हम उधर मंदिर बनाएंगे। मैं आपका माध्यम से तरफ से मैं कौन सा वो मुस्लिम लीडर्स और मस्जिद का कौन सा कमेटी है, मैं उसको रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ वो हमको जगह हमको छोड़ दो, हिंदुओं को छोड़ दो। वो मस्जिद नहीं है, वो हिंदुओं का मंदिर था, उधर शिव का मंदिर था, शिव को आराधन करके आया था। इसलिए मैं उसको डिमांड कर रहा हूँ, रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ, उधर हम भव्य मंदिर निर्माण करेंगे। हम संघर्ष नहीं चाहता है, हम इसको पीसफुली उसको सॉल्व करेंगे। मैं मुस्लिम समुदाय को मैं रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ।
ज्ञानवापी में अभी देखा तो कुछ सर्वे किया है, सिमिलर काइंड ऑफ सर्वे करना चाहते हैं?
यस, मैं भी अभी हमारा बातचीत हुआ है हमारा वकीलों से, वो भी हम अभी अर्जी डालेंगे, हम रिक्वेस्ट डालेंगे कोर्ट में वो सर्वे करने के लिए। वो भी अगले हम कानून क्या क्या हम लड़ाई करेंगे वो हम अगले दिन से हम करेंगे।
थैंक यू सर। So this is Sharan Pompel, who is a BHP secretary, who claims that they will request the court to conduct a survey by a competent authority to find out whether there was a temple or a mosque, something similar which had happened in Gyanvapi. And he is also saying that they will try to approach the mosque committee where they can try to solve the problem amicably without any kind of issues or any kind of violence. So that's what he means to say. Let's see how it is going to turn around in the days to come.
And Sagai, we'll come back to you, but getting in breaking news right now of Imran Khan, who has tweeted just before Yasin Malik, who will be sentenced very, very shortly, and that's the tweet on your screens as well, which says, and I quote, strongly condemn the continuing fascist tactics of Modi government against Kashmiri leader Yasin Malik from his illegal imprisonment to his conviction on fake charges. International community must act against the Hindutva fascist Modi regime state terrorism in IOIOJK. That's a tweet on your screens as well of Imran Khan. Remember, convict Yasin Malik will be sentenced very shortly and will be produced before the court, where the sentence, the quantum of punishment will be decided for Yasin Malik. And just ahead of Yasin Malik being sentenced, we have Imran Khan who is shedding tears for convict Yasin Malik. Remember, this is not the first time. Just yesterday we had Bilawal Bhutto who also tweeted in support of Yasin Malik, and now we have the former Pakistan Prime Minister who has tweeted in support of Yasin Malik. The tweet on your screens as well, which says that strongly condemn the continuing fascist tactics of Modi government against Kashmiri leader Yasin Malik from his illegal imprisonment to his conviction on fake charges. So Pakistan stooge there, Yasin Malik, who has been convicted, the separatist leader who carried out several terror activities, is garnering a lot of support from the Pakistan leaders. And now we have the PTI leader and former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan Imran Khan, who has tweeted in support of Yasin Malik. We have Zeenat also joining us on the phone line. Zeenat, this is not something new that we are seeing Imran Khan putting out a tweet in support of Yasin Malik. Tell us more. Well, we'll connect with Zeenat again, but as you can see on your screens, that's the visual of Yasin Malik, who has been convicted in and has been charged under UAPA. And now we have Imran Khan, the former Pakistan Prime Minister, ahead of Yasin's sentencing. We have Imran Khan shedding tears for Yasin Malik. And in fact, we'll put out the tweet by Bilawal Bhutto also, who also tweeted in support of Yasin Malik. And now we have Imran Khan, who is putting a tweet in support of Yasin Malik and even hitting out at the Modi government, calling it fascist in nature and also saying that it is strongly condemned the continuing fascist tactics of Modi government against Kashmiri leader Yasin Malik. And the tweet on your screens as well of Bilawal Bhutto, who says, "We demand acquittal of Yasin Malik. The fabricated charges against him must be dropped. He must be released from he should be released forward and allowed to reunite with his family. India must also release all political prisoners and stop egregious human rights violation." So that we have Bilawal Bhutto's tweet as well. And now another tweet by Shehbaz Sharif, who has said that the world should take note of Indian government's mistreatment of political prisoners in Indian occupied Kashmir, and conviction of this should happen. Kashmiri leader Yasin Malik on fake terrorism has happened. Is futile effort to silence the critical voices of India's blatant human rights violation. We have Zeenat back with us on the phone line. Zeenat, back-to-back tweets by Pakistan leaders. Help us read into it, because this is not the first time that Pakistan leaders are coming out in support of convict and their stooge Yasin Malik.
The moment the news came that the court is going to pronounce their judgment, the punishment on Yasin Malik's case, we have been seeing Yasin Malik's wife Mashal Malik quite vocal against Modi government, the government of India in Pakistan. She has been pitching that there should be a Black Day announced by the Imran Khan, who is also Yasin Malik's friend. So they should all come together and support that the Yasin should be made free. Because as per the videos that were released from the Pakistan side, that shows that Mashal is asking Imran Khan that he should build a lot of pressure on government of India when it comes to Yasin Malik, because he's a Hurriyat leader. He has been given his life for the freedom of so-called Kashmir and other things. So this time now we are seeing an Imran Khan, who is the former Prime Minister of Pakistan, condemning continuous tactics of the government of India against Yasin Malik for his illegal imprisonment. But if we go with the court documents, there Yasin is saying that he has pleaded guilty and he is not contesting the claims that had come from the NIA, who has been investigating that Yasin Malik's money laundering case. So we are just waiting what the court will pronounce. As far as today is the judgment day, whether there will be a life imprisonment or what court will announce. But we are seeing that Pakistan trying to build international pressure on government of India when it comes to Yasin Malik. But Yasin Malik, who was involved in the killing of Air Force officials, or for that matter, money laundering, that because of the money that he used to pump among the stone pelters to create law and order, that has been made quite clear by the NIA that he used to get funds from Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Pakistan and through other countries to instigate violence in the Kashmir Valley.
Well, absolutely. Zeenat, thank you so much. All eyes on the quantum of punishment that terror convict Yasin Malik gets today, but Pakistan there all out in support of Yasin Malik. A very short break. On the other side, Karti Chidambaram likely to appear before the CBI in the Chinese visa scam case. And ED summons Shiv Sena senior leader Yashwant Jadhav in FEMA case.
इतने मोटे-मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में। काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक-एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। The ongoing debate on the shivling found in Gyangapi, the Supreme Court has stayed all matters in the lower court here in Varanasi.
औरंगजेब की वजह से पेट्रोल की कीमत में इजाफा हो गया, अकबर की वजह से कीमतें बढ़ गईं और शाहजहां की वजह से नौजवान बेरोजगार। प्रधानमंत्री जिम्मेदारी नहीं है इसकी, मुगल जिम्मेदार।
Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Abhignya Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow.
Getting you the visuals right now from Baramulla, where the anti-terror operations took place, the encounter that broke out in which 3 Pakistan terrorists were also gunned down, and sadly one police personnel also sustained injuries. In fact, he attained martyrdom in this terror attack. Going across to Zeenath for the latest. Zeenath, what more can you tell us about the Baramulla encounter where 3 terrorists were gunned down and 1 JNK personnel also attained martyrdom?
The Baramulla encounter, a lot of things are coming in Kashmir since yesterday. Kashmir has been in news, but we are seeing that the Jammu and Kashmir police started wave on the terror organizations, and this time the contact with the terrorists was established in Crete of Baramulla, where they were able to neutralize the 3 Pakistani terrorists, and this has himself confirmed by the IGP Kashmir, Vijay Kumar, that yes, 3 Pakistani terrorists have been gunned down by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with Indian Army, who was a part of the operation. Although Jammu and Kashmir police has suffered one of the losses, that is 1 police personnel has attained martyrdom in this encounter, but as of now the search operation continues in the area, but 3 dead bodies along with arms and ammunition too have been recovered. So despite that, we are seeing the terrorists trying to show their presence on ground. We are seeing that the forces also know how to neutralize them and how to reach to these terrorists. We are seeing that a very important operation launched by SOG Baramulla when it comes killing 3 Pakistani terrorists and also recovering the arms and ammunition in huge numbers. The operation still continues in the area. Also saying that as far as the cop killing of Sora is concerned, that 40 youngsters have been picked up by the Jammu and Kashmir police as far as this cop killing case of Sora goes, and who are still being
Zeenath, I'll have to interrupt you right there. We have Arawat joining us live from the encounter site. He's reporting live from Baramulla. Arawat, give us the latest details. 1 police personnel martyred and 3 Pakistani terrorists gunned down.
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। ये सुरक्षा बलों का ऑपरेशन आज मॉर्निंग में चलाया गया था नॉर्थ कश्मीर के नोपोरा इलाके के अंदर। यहाँ पे जैसे ही ऑपरेशन चला गया तो सिक्योरिटी फोर्स ने इनको सरेंडर करने की भी इनको यहाँ पे इनको क्यों दिया था कि सरेंडर करने के लिए, कि वहाँ पे ये पाकिस्तानी मिलिटेंट थे, ये सरेंडर नहीं करते और इन्होंने सुरक्षा बलों पर गोलियां चलानी शुरू कर दी। जिसमें अगर हम पहले इनिशियली बात करें तो वहाँ पे जो जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस का एक जवान है वो इसमें शहीद हुआ है। फिलहाल इस एरिया में अभी भी कोऑर्डिनेट सर्च ऑपरेशन है, जहाँ पे जितने भी एरिया है, एंट्री चाहे एग्जिट पॉइंट की बात करें या एंटर पॉइंट की बात करें, उनको सुरक्षा बलों ने कम्प्लीटली सील कर दिया गया है। मैं आपको बताता चलूं, सुरक्षा बलों को इनपुट मिला था कि इस एरिया में कुछ मिलिटेंट यहाँ पे उनकी एक्टिविटी है काफ़ी कुछ टाइम से। इवन हम कश्मीरी पंडित्स की भी अगर हम बात करें जो कि नॉर्थ कश्मीर वीरवन में है, उनको भी काफ़ी दफ़ा यहाँ पे थ्रेट वगैरह आ गया। और मैं आपको बताता चलूँ कि इसमें अब देखने वाली बात ये होगी क्या इनका इन्वॉल्वमेंट उन चीज़ों में भी था या नहीं। फिलहाल एरिया के अंदर अभी कॉर्नर एंड सर्च ऑपरेशन चल रहा है, किसी को भी यहाँ से जाने की इजाज़त नहीं दी जा रही है। आप मेरे पीछे विजुअल्स में भी देख रहे हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पे सुरक्षा बल जा रहे हैं। मैं आपको ये भी बताता चलूँ जो यहाँ पे घायल पुलिस वाला हुआ जो भी बारामूला पुलिस का था, उसको इवैक्यूएट कर दिया गया हॉस्पिटल, और दूसरा जो जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस का जवान था वो शहीद हुआ है। जी, व्हाट डू यू?
Well, thank you so much, रावत. Stay with us. If you could give अगर हमें आप कुछ और बता सकते हैं कि ये किस टाइम इनकाउंटर शुरू हुआ था, और अभी जैसे आपकी बता रहे हैं कि वो एरिया पूरा क्लियर कर दिया गया है, कॉर्डन ऑफ कर दिया गया है, अभी लेटेस्ट सिचुएशन क्या है और ये ऑपरेशन कितने बजे स्टार्ट हुआ था?
जी, ये ऑपरेशन जो स्टार्ट हुआ ये 10:30 मॉर्निंग में स्टार्ट किया गया था राष्ट्रीय राइफल्स और बारामूला पुलिस के द्वारा। जैसे ही घर घर तलाशी ली जा रही थी तो एक सस्पेक्ट मकान की तरफ जैसे सुरक्षा बल जा रहे थे वहां पर मिलिटेंटों ने सुरक्षा बलों पर गोलियां चलानी शुरू कर दी, और ये कॉर्नर सर्च ऑपरेशन एक मुठभेड़ में तब्दील हुआ। जैसे मेरे पीछे विजुअल्स में देख रहे हैं, ये नोपोरा का एंट्री पॉइंट है, यहाँ पे इसको कम्प्लीटली सीज कर दिया गया बारामूला पुलिस और एसओजी ने। अब यहाँ जिस लोकेशन पर भी मौजूद हुई, यहाँ से कुछ ही मीटर की दूरी पे ये अभी इनकाउंटर चल रहा है। अभी वहां पे जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस, राष्ट्रीय राइफल्स और सीआरपीएफ द्वारा कॉम्बिंग ऑपरेशन चलाया गया है जा रहा है। जी
जी, और रावत हमें कुछ बताइए इस बारे में कि जो टेररिस्ट थे सारे क्या इनकाउंटर में मारे गए हैं या और कुछ ऐसे भी टेररिस्ट थे हु मैनेज टू एस्केप द लोकेशन?
नहीं, अभी तक यही इनपुट मिल पा रहा है कि आईजीपी कश्मीर ने भी ये कंफर्म किया है। वहां से 2 से 3 पाकिस्तानी मिलिटेंट का इनपुट मिला था सुरक्षा बलों के, उसके इनपुट के बाद ही यहाँ पे इस पूरे इलाके में जितने भी एंट्री और एग्जिट पॉइंट्स हैं उनको सील कर दिया गया। फिलहाल इस मुठभेड़ में 3 ही मिलिटेंट थे जिनको सुरक्षा बलों ने सक्सेसफुली अभी मार गिराया है। जी,
All right. Arawat reporting there live from Barabulla. Thanks for getting us all those information. So the latest being 3 terrorists who have been that have been gunned down. We have Zeenat who is with the IGP, I'm told. Zeenat, over to you.
We have with us IGP Kashmir Vijay Kumar, who will brief us about the swift operation carried by his team as far as Baramulla, 3 terrorists killed in North Kashmir. Vijay sir, how do you see this operation? A success, Jaish terrorists neutralized.
आज हम लोग पूरे कश्मीर में मल्टीपल नाका लगाए हुए थे हर जगह। तो क्रीडी एरिया में जो नजवल क्रॉसिंग है जो कि गुलमर्ग के बहुत आसपास है, वहाँ पर हमारी टीम के साथ एक चांस इनकाउंटर हुआ जिसमें जैश मोहम्मद के पाकिस्तानी 3 टेररिस्ट मारे गए। उसमें हमारे एक पुलिसकर्मी शहीद हो गया। हम लोग का दुख है, लेकिन ऐसे ऑपरेशन में कोलेटरल डैमेज सहना पड़ता है और ये हम लोगों के लिए बहुत सक्सेस भी है कि अगर ये तीनों टेररिस्ट जो प्लान था कि श्रीनगर आने का आके इधर को बड़ा हादसा कर सकता था, ये हादसा को टालने में पुलिस सिक्योरिटी फोर्स मिलके कामयाब हुए हैं।
सर, कुछ पता चला है कि ये टेररिस्ट कौन थे और कब से एक्टिव थे वैली में?
लगभग पिछले 3-4 महीना से ये जो गुलमर्ग एरिया में जो हिली एरिया है मैं वहाँ पे एक्टिव था। हम लोग को खबर आ रहा था रेगुलर, इसको हम लोग ट्रैक कर रहे थे। जब खबर मल्टीपल नाका लगाए थे तो उसमें ये चांस इनको मारा गया है।
विजय सर, काफ़ी देखा जा रहा है कि कुछ महीनों से ज़्यादातर देखा गया तो पाकिस्तानी टेररिस्ट ही न्यूट्रलाइज्ड हुए हैं। वजह क्या है? लोकल टेररिस्ट का कम न्यूट्रलाइजेशन और पाकिस्तानी ज़्यादा आजकल न्यूट्रलाइज हो रहे हैं।
ऑब्वियसली जब हम लोग खबर मिल रहा है तो न्यूट्रलाइज करेंगे इसको। और अच्छी बात है, इस साल अभी तक में 22 टेररिस्ट पाकिस्तानी मारे गए। लास्ट ईयर पूरे 1 साल में 21 मारा गया था। अभी 5 महीना भी नहीं हुआ है और 22 मारा गया। और हम लोग पूरा प्रयास करेंगे जो पाकिस्तानी टेररिस्ट हो टॉप प्रायोरिटी पे उसको न्यूट्रलाइज करें।
सर, कॉप किलिंग जो सोवरा में है उसमें कोई फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन? कल काफ़ी रेड्स हुए आचार के एरिया में, काफ़ी लोगों को उठाए हुए, कुछ और लीड्स मिल रही है और खासकर कौन टेररिस्ट इन्वॉल्व?
हम लोग को काफ़ी लीड मिला है और जो उसका फोटो से मिल रहा है, ये गंदरबल का जो आदिल है TRF का, जिसको LET का लोकल कमांडर है, उसके साथ एक और नया लड़का है, उसको बहुत जल्दी न्यूट्रलाइज कर देंगे हम लोग।
तो दोनों टेररिस्ट जो थे कल की किलिंग में लोकल टेररिस्ट?
बिल्कुल।
तो सर, उसकी बेटी की क्या कंडीशन है?
अभी स्टेबल है, हॉस्पिटल में ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है। हम लोग को बहुत दुख है, लेकिन मैंने कर भी कहा था, आप लोगों के सामने कहा था कि टेररिस्ट के फैमिली मेम्बर को रोड पर आके टेररिस्ट के खिलाफ बोलना पड़ेगा। ऐसे नहीं चलेगा ये।
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So that was IGP Vishek Kumar talking about the North Kashmir's Baramulla encounter where the 3 JM terrorists were neutralized. Also talked about the 2 local terrorists of the LET/TRF have been involved in yesterday's Sora killing, and also he said that this was an inhuman act because daughter too had received injuries, although she is stable, but the forces are trying their best to neutralize the terrorists who are basically from the Gandarbal area.
Thank you so much, Zeenat, for giving us all those details. So, Zeenat there speaking exclusively to the IGP over the encounter that happened in Baramulla, in which 3 Pakistani terrorists were gunned down, whereas 1 police personnel was martyred in this encounter operations. We'll continue to get you live coverage from Baramulla as well on the other side after 3 terrorists neutralized.
North Kashmir, more on the story we can watch Republic TV.
Big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics. This mass graveyard in Bucha bears testimony to the brutal acts of the Russian troops. Republic TV did a week-long investigation into the operations of the Khalistani movement here in Britain. Blatant violations that were carried out just a day before the fire. Did they really not feel the importance to inform the BMC? Republic Media Network's SIT decided to expose the dirty nexus between politics and a murky Ponzi scheme.
मोटे मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में, काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से। किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। The ongoing debate on the shivling found in Gyangapi, the Supreme Court has stayed all matters in the lower court here in Varanasi.
Breaking news coming in, and now the Hurriyat has called for shutdown over Yasin Malik's sentencing. So support pouring in for Yasin Malik by the Hurriyat as well as the Pakistani leaders. And now we have pro-Pakistan Hurriyat that is calling for shutdown over Yasin Malik's sentencing. The All Parties Hurriyat Conference has called for complete shutdown today against, in fact it was on Tuesday, against the conviction of illegally detained Hurriyat leader Yasin Malik in a false case by a court of India's notorious National Investigation Agency. That's the tweet that's been put out by the Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Cell calling for a shutdown over the sentencing of Yasin Malik. Slipping into a very short break, more news breaks to continue on the other side as well. And
barricades come in, we are just going to move few more steps. Delhi police officials coming here, more and more officials arriving on the spot. This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
नरेंद्र मोदी खुद पहुंचे, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री स्टेज पे डोनाल्ड ट्रंप को नीचे लाने के लिए। जो बॉनहोमी है ये दोनों के बीच में दिख रही है। हम इस समय अंदर गलियों की तरफ अब हम जा रहे हैं। CISF की कंपनी के साथ दिल्ली पुलिस के वरिष्ठ अधिकारी यहाँ पर लोगों को समझा रहे हैं। Just showing you the cavalcade of the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath on the tarmac of the Amosi Airport live. आप देख रहे हैं रैपिड एक्शन फोर्स
has taken a complete command of the situation. More forces are being moved in. Delhi police officials are present here. We are live.
Big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics. This mass graveyard in Bucha bears testimony to the brutal acts of the Russian troops. Republic TV did a week-long investigation into the operations of the Khalistani movement here in Britain. Blatant violation that
Viewers, here are the top stories at 12 p.m. Gyanvapi Complex's videography and photography of the survey report will be given to both Hindu and Muslim side today itself. Big Gyanvapi hearing in Varanasi, even as fresh plea filed in the Supreme Court. And BJP leader hacked to death in Chennai by 3 assailants. Family of the slain BJP leader in Chennai refuses to back down, demands all-out probe and justice. Bengaluru after Gyanvapi, after VHP's Ashtamangala Prashne Puja, VHP makes mega claims of Lord Shiva presence at the mosque. Pakistan's two-gen terror convict Yasin Malik, charged under the UAPA, is likely to be sentenced today. And Karti Chidambaram likely to appear before the CBI today in the Chinese visa scam case. ED summons Shiv Sena senior leader Yashwant Jadhav in the FEMA case.
Now, viewers, we're tracking all that is happening with respect to the Bengaluru raid as well. Now, following the Gyanvapi controversy, we are seeing the repercussions of the same.
Is planning to undertake an Ashtamangala Prashne today, and Republic is reporting live from Bengaluru as well. Remember, there had been several claims that had also been made by the VHP stating that there was in fact a temple there present where the mosque was being demolished as well. There were certain artifacts and relics as well that had been found, is something that we are seeing that the VHP has also been claiming. And now we see that in the backdrop of this entire controversy of the Gyanvapi survey as well, a puja that in fact was held, the VHP had claimed that this Ashtamangala puja in fact will help them determine whether there was in fact a temple there. And we are seeing the kind of developments that are also taking place in the Bengaluru row as well, where the VHP had been carrying out the Ashtamangala Prashne as well, claiming that these are the rituals that will help them determine that there was in fact a temple there or not. Let's listen in to the claims that were made as well by the priest there.
जो अष्टमंगला प्रश्न होता है वो क्या होता है?
अष्टमंगल प्रश्न बोलेगा तो हमारा ज्योतिष्य में 8 तरीका का चिंतन है। 8 तरीका मीन्स एक स्वर्ण प्रश्न है, वो स्वर्ण को लेके हम अक्षता डाल के गंध और अरसी गंध कुंकुमा सब उसमें डाल के एक कन्या मीन्स एक लेडी वो शुद्धि में रहना चाहिए। 10 बरस का अंदर का कन्या को हम लेके
across to some breaking updates that we're getting for you as far as Karthi Chidambaram is concerned. Remember, he had in fact been under the scanner of the CBI as well earlier, and there were at least 10 locations where the raids had also been carried out in multiple residences of Karthi Chidambaram. And following that, we are now seeing that a PMLA case has been registered against Karthi as well. And we are learning that the money laundering charges leveled against Karthi Chidambaram as well, and a fresh case has been registered against Karthi as well. Let me go across to Shravan Sen, who's joining us on the broadcast with more details. Shravan, tell us more trouble mounting for Karthi Chidambaram, isn't it? Now a PMLA case has been registered against him.
Well, in fact, as Karthi Chidambaram lands in India, he faces another case that is now being registered by the Enforcement Directorate. We are being told that a fresh PMLA case has been registered against Karthi Chidambaram as well as his aide, who is also a chartered accountant, as Bhaskar Raman, who is currently in the custody of the Central Bureau of Investigation. Now, as far as the predicate offence in this matter is concerned, this is based on the FIR that has been registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation, in which some very serious charges have been leveled against Karthi Chidambaram. That is for facilitating visas for Chinese nationals who are working in a power plant project in Punjab. Now, the money laundering charge is essentially this, that 50 lakh rupees were received from a company representative, and this was received by Bhaskar Raman. This was on the basis of the assurance that was given by Bhaskar Raman to the company representative that despite the kind of provisions that were there as far as the reissuance of visas.
Well, mega breaking updates that we're getting for you in this hour. Viewers, we are cutting across those visuals, fresh visuals coming in of the Prime Minister holding the cabinet meeting. And this is, remember, right after he has returned from the Quad Summit as well. And we had seen that there were several, in fact, discussions that had taken place between his counterparts of Australia, Japan and the US as well. And right after the Quad Summit, where the Prime Minister had gone to Tokyo, after that we are seeing that a cabinet meeting is being held by the Prime Minister as well. Remember, there had been several discussions on better coordination between all the Quad members, and also the kind of defense